What's going on, everybody? I'm here with Will. Will, my friend, we have been missing your beautiful face. How are you?
I've been missing yours as well. It's been a hell of a month. Um,
Yeah.
I tell you, mostly good. Let's see. Last time I saw you, I was in San Antonio at that conference, and it was my birthday last week. I turned 45, and so my whole thing this month was to do as much cool stuff as I could, and I overdid it. But it was like all this confluence of things that were coming nearby. So I went to see the Bruce Campbell Bruce Orama show
Right.
and got to do the little quick meet and greet and everything, and saw Joe Bob Briggs and Darcy. Got got that. The How Rednecks Save Hollywood show that's about to be retired. Went to see Skinny Puppy, and they happened to be in Asheville, North Carolina. So I had my very first trip to Orbit DVD, which was very fun.
So basically, you've done everything. I got it.
Went to see Postmodern Jukebox. It was very nice. I felt very sophisticated. Um, I did something else. I can't even remember. Yeah, it was great. What a full month, right?
Yeah.
So,
I can't answer that at all.
very lucky.
Yeah, extremely lucky. I have not done any of those things. It's been a busy couple weeks though. There's been a lot of stuff going on, tons of announcements lately. Like
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what is going on. It's the people that say that we are not in like a golden age of physical media is they're either not paying attention or they're looking for something that will never exist.
Yeah. All right. So that's a perfect introduction to something I wanted to bring up, which was the big Netflix announcement, right?
Yep.
Because we're in this. This doesn't really affect the boutique Blu-ray companies that we love and appreciate because Netflix wasn't distributing their stuff anyway.
Right.
But here's the thing that I'm really wondering. I have no idea what's going to happen. But so Netflix's decision to end the DVD mail order arm of their business. So there's a couple things there, right? When I started my Netflix subscription in 2000, I just moved to Eastern Kentucky, and I was like 22 years old, and that was a real lifesaver. It was a film school.
Right.
I went back into my queue and scrolled back to see the first things I ever rented, and it was Mario Bava's Bear in Blood. It was Body Bags, the John Carpenter, Toby Hooper Showtime film, and Jess Franco's Vampiros Lesbos. And that was the first Jess Franco film I saw, and immediately got obsessed. And Netflix had like 30 of his movies available.
Wow.
Disc. And so I was a member for 23 years, and the service is up and down, but the selection is so much vaster than any streaming service, and it's a selection of that's global, that goes all the way back to the silent era, and we're for those who live in rural areas and do not have access to fast, stable streaming. This is awful. I know there are a lot of other services and there's libraries and things like that, but I'm really sad about it. And I'm also, it's strange because the Netflix kind of explained their rationale. They showed how like 10 years ago they were making $750 million a year from the DVDs, and now they're making 145 million. Well, that's definitely less than 750, but $145 million.
Right.
If I had a business that was making $145 million in profit, I would
not be there.
Yeah, I would be on it. I don't care what it is. So, and I wonder what this is. what impact, if any, this will have on large studio physical releases. I don't know that it will have any impact, but I wonder. Because $145 million, that's a lot of DVDs and Blu-rays.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm pouring one out for Netflix. Right before the show, I got on. I've only got till September, right? And I get the one at a time option for the discs. So my queue, of course, was at 500, the maximum. I'm like, all right, I got to cut this down. I've got it down to 435.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. I'll probably end up running the Lake Placid series, and that'll be it.
Well, and I don't remember the exact stat here, but isn't it true that they had the largest library of DVDs in the States or something like that? They had the largest film collection or something like that for one entity. I believe that was the case. So this is not something small that's shuttering. This is a massive deal.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, I don't know. I just nostalgically scrolled through my rental history, and it's like, oh, I own the Care Bear movie, Stan.
It's also really impressive, by the way, that you could scroll back and see the first ones that you got in the mail 22 years ago. That's or 23 years ago. That's super impressive.
Yeah. And it really is. Like I can look back through that and see like how I came up as a film fan.
Watch your taste change over the years, watch what you were diving into, watch trends. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm going to say hi to all of these more than 50 people that are watching us already.
Yeah.
Sibner is here. Sibner, hello. Tony from Basement Blues, what's going on? Live tonight. Holland Oates, hello, my friend. This was a gorgeous comment, by the way. Hope everyone has been enjoying blue skies and rays of sunshine. What's Johnny watching? Hello. Anthony's here tonight. Griff, my friend. Brent Madison, looking forward to another episode. We have a lot to go over tonight. Magic Hands, what's going on? John DeMarsco, first live in weeks. Hello. How's everything with the Mets going right now? How was your event, Mr. John? We didn't hear anything on that.
Oh, I gotta ask John a question. Hey, do you know a guy named Zach Hampel? Have I asked you this before?
Not live. You have not. No.
Okay. You'll find out if you know who Zach Hampel is.
Terry, what's going on, my friend? Sulako, happy May the 4th. Yes. Did you watch any Star Wars movies today?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I hate those movies.
Yeah, me too. Paul, what's going on? Silent Mandible, hello. Dylan, Griff, I already said that. Everyone hit up that Mondo. Did you get the Mondo pre-order in?
So both my cars broke down right after.
That's right.
Right after I did the Emmanuel bundle and a Vinegar Syndrome partner spree. So Mondo, I love you. I hope the bundle is still there next month.
I was waiting to hear you say, like, I can only get 3 out of the 4.
I might have to wait for Halloween on these.
Yeah. What's going on, Mizzy? Eric, computer is fried. That sucks. I'm sorry. Will is in the chat as well. Stan, hello, doobie doo. Do we have any Rex or anything like Scream? You haven't watched last week's stream yet, have you? All 6 hours of it?
No, I haven't. But it's I got a tab open. I'm gonna
it's an inside joke we'll talk about next time.
Okay.
Yeah, it does feel like it's been forever. Sardis, what's going on? Let's see. Anthony wants to know if this will be an 8-hour stream.
It may.
I hope not. Tony, hello. Bren is here. What's going on, my friend? Stan says happy late birthday.
Hey.
Planet Mondo, what's going on? Everybody in the chat looking forward to the stream. Thank goodness. Basement Blues is jealous that you went to Orbit DVD.
Yeah, it was cool.
Bruiser, what's going on? Evening, gentlemen. Says Distorted Visions. Will, how does it feel to no longer be the longest stream record holder?
Well, I'm holding back on all the different stream jokes I can make, but I think I'd actually already been beaten, right?
Yeah, Jeremy had just barely beat you.
Yeah, so I've made my peace with it, and I'm in training. and at some point we're going to make a go of it.
Eventually. Stan wants to know if I watched The Big Bus. Not yet. I literally just picked it up, and it has been one of the busiest weeks I've had in months this week. Let's see. Had to stop myself from pre-ordering the 4K The Wicker Man. We're going to get into that in a little bit because, man, there's been a lot of chatter on that release already. Friend of ours that's usually in the chat, Media Membrane, is at the Blink 182 World Tour kickoff show tonight. So congrats, Media Membrane. Josephine says first time watches Manhunter. I've never talked to you about Manhunter. How do you feel about Manhunter compared to Silence of the Lambs?
I don't like either of them.
At all?
No.
Whoa. What's wrong with them?
I'm gonna have the shortest stream ever.
What happened?
I'll give them another watch. The thing with Manhunter, I just remember kind of being bored with it, but that might have been my frame of mind at the time, or it might have been. I really don't like Silence of the Lambs. I'm not a huge Jonathan Demme fan in general. There's just there's something about it.
It's because it's a female main character, and you just hate women so much.
Well, it's a little. I mean, there's some transphobic shit in there if we want to get. But no, I don't have an articulate response. I have committed, actually, outside of this, I've committed to rewatching all of Michael Mann and Jonathan Demme. It's kind of a moving on from my Scorsese rewatches. I'm going to go through everybody that, as a younger person, I was like, about.
Have you finished Scorsese yet?
No, I meant because I'm doing Scorsese. All right, so I had a problem. And this is how my brain works. I knew that New York Stories was going to be coming up, and that meant that I also have to watch all the films of Woody Allen and Francis Ford Coppola, because it's a triptych. And then I also had to watch all the films of Paul Schrader.
Jesus. Okay, so you'll be done with Scorsese in like 2037.
Well, and now I've also got to wait for After Hours to come out on 4K. So I'm at Raging Bull still because I haven't had a chance to watch the 4K. But I started watching all the Woody Allen movies, and let me tell you, they all suck. I hate him. I hate Woody Allen.
Ken Carlson is here. He says, spent so much on pre-orders the last few days. Yeah, there's a lot of big stuff going on right now. Tons of huge pre-orders. Paul's saving up for that Shaw Brothers. What's going on, Bob's Blu-rays? Bob, you're the man. Let's see. I mean, I guess we can get into this for a minute. Josephine wants to know, what are your thoughts on the writer's strike, Will?
Yeah, support the writers. This goes to my little identity tag there. I'm Josh Becker's biggest fan. And if you know who Josh Becker is, you know that he really hates movies that have bad scripts. And a script is the cheapest part of a movie. And the fact that so many movies have bad scripts is unconscionable. That's his point of view, which I'm very sympathetic to. I'm also sympathetic to how shittily writers get treated anyway, like even before the streaming era. So, if you do any research, reading about what's been happening to writers getting signed to smaller seasons and being put into these like micro writers' rooms and having to work through Zoom instead of getting to come to set. It's not just about pay and benefits. It's also about opportunities to network and advance. So it becomes, a real issue of class. And these writers aren't asking for multi-million-dollar salaries. They're asking for middle-class life, which is something you should be able to achieve if you've made it to a freaking Netflix show. So I hope it gets resolved quickly because I know it is impacting, all these other
down the line employees
down the line, but solidarity.
Yeah, this is one of those things that sadly should have been solved no kidding, like 12 years ago, like when we first started having uh probably like our second series that came out through a streamer. Once we were doing that, and this was obviously going to be a continuous thing, we should have really just put everything on pause and said, listen, we need to pay these people based on numbers. We need to be transparent about that and find out what the impact is, because without that, it's going to get lost. And it did get lost. And the sad thing is, it's not a direct correlation, but one of the things, and I said this in a podcast yesterday, but one of the things that took away from all of this is the moment they started calling everything content. Because having an 8-season show of 10 episodes each that are all an hour long, that's not content. That is an episodic saga of something that took years worth of work for a lot of people. That's not just something that you regurgitate.
Yeah, the rhetorical shift from film, from series to content in the internet age is, and the streaming age is really disturbing. Yep. Because it shows that companies have moved entirely out of the art and entertainment business and solely into the algorithm.
Absolutely.
And that's another reason that I preferred, and I mourn the loss of DVD Netflix, because an algorithm would give you recommended if you like stuff, but it's not like with the streaming part. You still really have to sift through stuff and look for things. So I'm looking forward to checking out what's that one that Celeste is always talking about? Some people
3D Blu-ray Rental.com.
3D Blu-ray rental and Bob's Blu-rays, and we'll see about that.
Yeah. There's some speculation in the comments about what Netflix will do with the discs, and the sad thing is they will likely destroy them. Yeah, and it not only that, even if it wasn't, it's probably cheaper than moving them. So the shitty thing is we will likely just lose them all. Let's see. Mondo's excited for kids, not real kids. Anyways, we'll get to that in a little bit. What's going on, John Doe Juggalo? Hello. Almost caught up with the comments, and then we will go from here. John DeMarsco answered your question. I know of him, yes. He's a physical baseball hunter, grabs dozens of balls every game, not liked around baseball.
That is correct. I went to college with that guy, and I'm still in touch with him. He's a hell of a character, I'll tell you what. We'll to share some stories sometime.
And then he was talking about his event. The event was incredible at the Museum of the Moving Image. We sold out the theater. Very nice. Energy was through the roof. Still buzzing from it. One of my favorite nights ever. Well, yeah, it was an incredible tribute to you and your incredible work. Thanks, John. You're amazing. Let's see. Lots of people skipping on the Wicker Man. Totally get that. Stan says, I see you're going to co-host another podcast. Yes, I am. That was confirmed yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
More work to do.
Tony says, who cares about Blink-182? Let's see. Bet you if Jess Franco put out a film called Muff Hunter, you'd love it.
I think he might have.
That was his 214th, yes.
Yeah, well, when we get to the recent pickups segment, I'll show you something similar.
I can't wait. God, there is a shit ton of comments already. Christian's hobby blog is here tonight. What's happening? Happen to see notification. Hello. My sister's here live. Courtney, I hope you're having a better day. I know it's been a rough week. Let's see. Writers don't get enough credit. Completely agree. Scripts are the foundation. You guys are amazing. Let's see.
Yeah, a lot of activity tonight. This is great.
Yeah, I love it. John says death to content. Completely agree. Calling it content might as well be Soylent Green. All right. Well, it is time. Let's go into some of those recent pickups. What do you got for us?
Oh, man. Oh, sorry. I had to stuff the recent watches up on top.
Oh, sorry. You can go through that first.
You have recent watches?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I got out to the theater to see Sisu last night.
Nice. How was it?
It was ridiculous.
I'm stoked that a film like that is getting a 4K release in the States.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And I didn't realize it was the same guy who did Rare Exports,
Yep.
this tale, which I went to on one of the first dates with my now wife, and because of that movie, the date went really well. But anyway, let's see. My first time watches. I'm also going through all the films of Busby Berkeley, and last night I watched what is possibly the most sexist film I've ever seen. Take, Take Me Out to the Ball Game with Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, and Esther Williams. Kelly and Sinatra are supposedly really good professional baseball players, and the actors doing athletics in this film is the worst I've ever seen, including the Teen Wolf movie. Like, these guys are not baseball players, clearly. Yeah, it is. It is really sexist. I was uncomfortable the entire time, and I don't ever want to see it again. Um, on the other end of the spectrum, I just finished watching the first three
Oh,
of the
nice.
In the Line of Duty films, and they are quite the emotional roller coasters. Like, they're comedies, and then a beloved character is brutally killed right in front of you, and you're like, oh my god. And then there's light comedy again, and but the action is great. Um, a first time watch for me of a filmmaker I adore, which will make my comments about Michael Mann and Jonathan Demme seem incredibly hypocritical. That's right, Jim Wynorski, Extreme Limits with Treat Williams. This movie is awesome. Wynorski is the master of editing around stock footage. This is a film about terrorists who have gone down in the Alaskan wilderness, and it was a lot of fun. And finally, a film that I absolutely adore, La Moglia più bella, The Most Beautiful Wife, Damiano Damiani film about the true story of Franca Viola, who was abducted and assaulted by a mafiosi in the late 60s. But instead of observing the silence of Omerta, she went to the police and took 10 years, but she was finally found guilty. And the traditional practice of rehabilitating marriage was kind of ended in southern Sicily. Like, women would be abducted, and either they would be, assaulted, or people would think they were assaulted, so their honor was besmirched, and so they'd be forced into marrying their rapists. Terrible.
Oy.
Yeah, but this film, one of Damiani's best. It's really, really good. So those are mine. How about you? What'd you see?
My last week, like I said, has been incredibly busy, so I only have 2 watches. But thankfully, it has been a damn good week. So, I'm sure that you've seen at least one of these, probably both. But I finally got to check out The Void. Have you seen The Void yet?
No.
So this is a Lovecraftian cult film that takes place
Ooh,
in a hospital,
okay.
and holy shit, is The Void amazing. Let's get some reactions in the chat, because this movie, The Void, is made up of uh, I guess first of all, you should really explain. The movie starts with somebody stumbling out of a house, being chased by somebody with a shotgun, and it is immediately off to the races. There's weird stuff happening. They end up at this hospital, and the practical effects in this movie are off the wall incredible. This movie goes from 0 to 100 probably 12 times, and every single time is remarkable. But beyond that, it's a Canadian film. It was only made because they raised money through like a Kickstarter or Indiegogo campaign,
Oh, wow.
and you cannot tell. This movie is amazing. Love this. It is incredible cosmic horror. This came out, I think it was 2017, and it just rules. This movie is stupendous. But
Cool.
what's funny is it doesn't even hold a candle to the gore that is in Project Wolf Hunting. Have you seen this one yet?
No.
So this is, I believe, last year, 2022, And it is basically about a bunch of convicts that are being transferred from one Asian country to another Asian country, and they are being placed on a cargo ship because it's the safest place to transfer them. And this movie is essentially like last year's The Sadness, but taken up a notch in terms of gore and blood. And the character on the front of this is Alpha. He is essentially a super soldier and just destroys everything around him. This is off the wall, nonstop gore action that is like the main reason that they made this is for you to just be mystified with what is happening on the screen the entire time. And it's really, really fun. Nothing about it is serious or believable, but it's just hilarious to watch and see what goes down. It's fantastic.
I'll put both of those on my list.
Yes. Recent pickups. What do you got for us?
Oh man. Somebody just asked if I liked anything. I love the Rose Tattoo with Anna Magnani and Burt Lancaster. I just got the imprint. Very excited about this film, which I love and have only ever seen on DVD before. I'm upgrading my Twilight Time Count Yorga.
Nice.
Found this on discount. I told you I'm going back and rewatching directors that I kind of like and kind of don't like. So I'm going to give this one another go. The 4K of Basic Instinct.
Nice.
Very excited about this one. Got the Dragons Forever.
Very nice.
And finally, and here's the one that will make my taste look really bad. As I was slagging on Michael Mann and Jonathan Demme, I have picked up one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, Jim Wynorski's 2010 shot in like 5 days film, The Hills Have Thighs. Right. Not quite Duck Hunter, but getting close.
Oh, we'll never change. I shared a lot of my pickups on Mid-Level Media's channel the other night. Shout out because he is here in the chat. What's going on?
Cool.
And there are 3 that I held back to show off tonight, and then one that I'm going to show off again just because it's so damn impressive. The first one, I feel like you just got this recently, if I remember right, but this is, if I remember the way they explained it, this is the first female-directed and only female-directed spaghetti western, the Belle Star story, and Raro Video. I mean, they don't always do great work, but when they do, it's pretty stupendous, and something like that would probably not get another release. So glad we're doing that. Movies, Holy Spider. This is the UK release of this. This is getting an MVD release in the States, but I've been kind of like low-key loving the way Movies been putting stuff out in the UK. Have you had anything from them yet?
No, not yet.
So they're getting a lot of stuff that has a release here in the States and doing better with it. Like Drive My Car came out on Criterion here, and it came out in the UK from Mubi, and it has like 2.5 hours of special features that the Criterion doesn't have. It is loaded. They're doing so much for their releases over there. Love that. One that I put off for a long time and finally got. This is a Bava film that I have been dying to see, and this just came in. The Whip and the Body, Christopher Lee. This release, 88 films when they do it right. Like hardback. We got a nice long book in here. I can't wait to see this. This is getting watched very soon.
That's a definite for me. That's on my wish list.
And finally, had to show this again because this might be like in the running for one of my favorite releases of the year. Curzone's version of the Three Colors trilogy.
Oh.
Have you seen pictures of this or anything?
No.
So
I saw some chatter about it in the Discord.
Criterion put it out, of course. These are both 4K, just like Criterion. The big thing, packaging, obviously, this is going to blow Criterion's out of the water. But the big thing, this release has like 10 shorts on it that the Criterion doesn't. This has hours, again, of special features that Criterion doesn't. So the way they did the packaging, outer slip box, inner slip case with this giant digipack in the middle, and then everything is themed accordingly to the red, white, and blue of the films, but it is this ridiculous package that goes on, and there's art cards and booklets, and it's massive. This thing is...
And those art cards come with it. You don't have to pay an extra $40.
Right? Not an extra $40, which we're going to talk about again tonight. Holy fuck, Scream Factory. Anyways. Yeah, this is in the running by leaps and bounds of like the most impressive releases I've seen in a long time. Sibner is saying, are they the same transfers? Yes, I believe they are. They are controlled, I believe, by the rights holder, so Criterion or Curzon could not do anything themselves. Yeah. Let's see. Anthony, okay. Let's see. Yeah, they doubled down Chucky cards. Anything else that you want to bring up before we go into these? Now that we're 30 minutes into this.
I had a moment today that I want to share with you all because it's a moment that made me feel like my life had purpose. And, it's rare that you get a moment like that. I've been teaching here at UNC Greensboro for 17 years. And I've worked with a lot of students. And graduation day is tomorrow. And this afternoon, a student came in and she had asked me for a letter of recommendation a few months ago, and she was applying to seminary school. She was going to be some like theologian or preacher, I don't know.
Right.
But she got into Emory, right? Seminary school. So it's
a big deal.
Yeah, she's doing better than I am already. And in addition to that, she's a good person, right? She's like an actual good person who gives her life in service. And she came and said to me, hey, she was a media studies person, and she's like, hey, I got to take a lot of classes with you, and I just want you to know, it means a lot to me that now I can say The Killer Condom is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh man!
And I know Christian's Hobby Blog is on here too, and he'll say the same thing. So you're welcome.
What a legacy. All right, my friend. We've got, again, I don't understand how Bob and I had like 65 announcements last week, and everybody was shocked that we had a 6-hour show. And I was warning people, I said, next week, we're going to have more announcements probably than we had this week. Are you ready?
No.
Now that we're 35 minutes in,
I'll tell you something about 35-minute videos. I've been grading final projects all day, and this asshole kid gave me I have a final project where you make a 6 to 8 minute documentary video. This asshole kid gave me a 36-minute documentary about Penelope Spheres, and it looks like it's really good.
What a jerk.
Yeah, but 30, I haven't got time for that shit. So I'm going to watch it tomorrow. I went ahead and gave him an A.
Nicomedes is ready, so let's get into this.
Right.
We are starting out in Germany. Wicked Vision is giving us Vampira as part of their Black Cinema collection. You can order this now, actually. This has a 36-page booklet with an essay. We got an audio commentary on here, some interviews, lots of stuff on this disc. Wicked Vision is doing a lot of stuff. We're going to get into some more with them. You can also order what they call Final Game over there, which we know as Night Game in the United States. Really decent covers on this media book. I actually really like this. It's slightly different than that theatrical poster. Have you seen either of these?
So Vampira is released by Vinegar Syndrome in the States as old Dracula.
Yep.
And it's really funny. It's got some stuff in it that is questionable. Like David Niven does a blackface thing.
Yep.
But it's actually a pretty good movie, other than that.
Griff wants to know if Wicked Vision is a part of Cape Light. They are not. They are completely different companies. They both do media books, which media books are huge in Germany, but yeah, completely separate. And Cape Light is actually, we talked about this last week a little bit, but we're going to talk about it a little more tonight. They're branching out worldwide all of a sudden. They're doing stuff in the States, stuff in the UK, and Cape Light is kind of like knocking on the door of some really cool things if they can keep this up.
Mm.
Did you? I don't think I heard you talk about it. Did you pick up their All Quiet on the Western Front that came out here in the States?
No.
So that was the Netflix produced film, and they put it out on a 4K media book in the States. And media books here are extremely rare.
Yeah, I'd like to check that out. I share your aesthetic appreciation for media books, but they really screw up my shelves because of their size.
Yeah, especially if you collect from a bunch of different companies.
Right, I got to put them in a separate place. But yeah, I still haven't checked out that All Quiet on the Western Front, so I want to.
Nice. Next up, speaking of Cape Light, in the UK, they are giving us Stallone's Over the Top. This is a UK exclusive. It's going to have a 24-page booklet. No date on this, just coming soon. Stallone, one of Will's favorites.
Oh, man. I remember when Sylvester Stallone hosted Saturday Night Live, and there was a skit where Norm Macdonald was in a car accident, and Sylvester Stallone comes to save him, and Norm just starts making fun of his movies. And and he starts talking about Over the Top, and he's like, yeah. That movie's just like Kramer versus Kramer. It's got, I can't remember the routine, but basically the punchline was the screenwriters were wondering what Kramer versus Kramer was missing, and they came up with arm wrestling. And, but it's funnier the way Norm does it. I actually enjoy this movie because it's so freaking cheesy. It's exactly as cheesy as that as the poster art.
It's pretty cheesy. I just remembered, I so happen to have this sitting right next to me. So here is the 4K media book from Cape Light of All Quiet on the Western Front. Take out the J card. Here's how it looks, and it is really high quality compared to a Blu-ray. It is slightly taller. You can see those are lined up on the bottom, so that will screw up some of your shelves. And legitimately, like mine, when I built these shelves, I went DVD height plus about a half an inch. And some of these media books are kind of problematic on some of these shelves. So, on the inside, we got our 4K disc on the front here. And then there is a Blu-ray disc on the back cover. And on the inside, we got this full... this is probably about 23 pages, and it is roughly 80% type and the rest photos, which isn't pretty. That's pretty good for this.
Cool.
Decent looking release. Even like the J card on the inside even has art, which that's not something that happens with most companies. This looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably take this out of the box now that I have it here. Let's go to the next one, huh? Next up, this one is coming in Germany. Cape Light is giving us the original Magnificent 7 on 4K. And then on Blu-ray, we're getting some of the sequels of sorts. Return of the 7, Guns of the Magnificent 7, and the Magnificent 7 Ride. And I believe these are all going to be together in one release.
That's cool. I've never seen any of the sequels. I really enjoy the Magnificent 7, of course.
Yep. Spaghetti's here. What's going on? Next up, okay, so we started to get into the Arrow announcements. So we got the full little release photos that they have of the Bruce Lee collection. This is the standard wide release of the 4K, and then this is the site exclusive 4K release of the Bruce Lee box set. Are you picking any of these up?
So I need to understand. I'm actually glad I'm here because I've not had a chance to do the research yet. How is this different from the Criterion set that I just got?
Well, it's UHD
Okay, well,
for that's the biggest difference. It's got all kinds of new special features that are all exclusive to this set. And the biggest thing, this has cuts that are not in the Criterion set, cuts that people have wanted to see for decades.
well, I guess I'm gonna have to. All right, well, next Easter Carnage, I guess.
It'll be on sale for like 140. No, just kidding. It'll be less than that, I'm sure. Yeah, this is an expensive set. If you're buying it direct from the Arrow site, I believe it's 177-ish after shipping. The you can get the standard wide release for a little less than that, depending on where you go. But yeah, getting it direct from the UK, this is a pricey box.
Yeah. Well, it's Bruce.
Nick Amides wants to shout out that the Bruce Lee box has 80 minutes of Tony Raines on Bruce Lee, which is pretty damn cool. All kinds of new Frank Jeng stuff in there as well. Then on the 4th of July in the US and Canada, Arrow is giving us Fighting Back from 1982. This says the streets of Philadelphia are unsafe, but John D'Angelo has a solution. Thieves, pimps, and pushers beware. He's declaring a personal war on crime. From the director of Alligator and the producer of Death Wish comes Fighting Back. This is going to have a new interview with the director, Louis Teague, new interview with camera operator, Danielle Nanuzzi. We got a folded poster, reversible sleeve, trailer. Not a whole lot in this, but it looks like a really good movie that I've not seen.
Yeah. That whole subgenre of sort of
vigilante justice,
sick of the system. It's really kind of hard to watch now, you know.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, you know, I recognize that a lot of these are really good films and important. This is one I haven't seen. This will be my first Philadelphia vigilante movie.
That's true.
They should do a series for every city.
New York's would be massive.
Yeah, we got. I guess we got French Connection already from Chicago. But yeah, you know, these movies always make me a little bit uncomfortable. But as historical artifacts, I'm always interested in them, and you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with enjoying them.
Of course.
So, and I like Louis Teague. I think he's a pretty solid director. So I'm gonna definitely check this one out.
Nice.
Looks like a good addition too.
Yeah, definitely. This one I'm very curious to hear your take on. July 18th in the US and Canada, we are getting Scorsese's Hugo on 4K from Arrow, and they are going all out. This looks to be one of their big releases. We got a double-sided fold-out poster featuring the original and the new artwork that they've got created for this. Illustrated collector's booklet with writing by film critic Farron Smith Nemi. Again, 4K disc. We got HD presentation of the film in 2D and 3D. We got a commentary by filmmaker and writer John Spira, publisher of the Lost Autobiography of however you say his name. I never say this guy's last name right. How do you say it properly, Will?
Which name? Oh, Millier.
Millier, that's it. Yeah, I'm terrible with French.
I think I just made that up.
Yeah, that makes sense. We got all kinds of featurettes on this as well. We've got new interview with a bunch of the people on this. We've got historians talking about it, but the big deal is this is a Scorsese on Arrow that's not Wolf of Wall Street in the UK, which makes it feel like, to me, they may have gotten some sort of package deal. If they're putting out Hugo and Wolf of Wall Street within a year, they might have some more of the modern Scorseses.
Bring out the dead. That's what I want.
I would love to see that. Obviously, I would love to see a handful. Like I still have never seen Silence. I would love to see what they would do with a release for something like that.
Yeah, I saw Bring Out the Dead in the theater, and I feel like I'm the only person who likes it. I think it's starting to get love now, but like at the time, it did not do very well.
It gets a lot of love now. It's just been very difficult to see for quite some time.
Yeah. Now, Hugo, all right, so as you know, I'm rectifying my
Your
boy,
blind spots.
my boycott of Scorsese after The Departed. So this is great because I've got like that dinky Blu-ray that came out several years ago of Hugo, and this looks like the way I need to see it. So I'll pick up this when I get After Hours, and I'm still hoping for a good King of Comedy release at some point.
Yes, please. Lots of people saying like this is a lesser Scorsese or one of the films that is not super beloved. I feel like this is one that is due for a rewatch. I didn't love this on the first glance when I saw this I believe in the theater. If not, it was right when it came out on home video. But I don't know. I feel like this one has gotten better over time and not worse, which for other people it seems to be the opposite there. Tony also saw Bringing Out the Dead to the cinema and says it's amazing.
All right, cool. Got some OGs in the house.
All kinds, yeah. Gosh, a whole bunch of these. Deluxe Aero 4K of Boxcar Bertha, please.
Yeah, there's a fairly nice Twilight time of that, but I really want to see Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. The release.
Oh, Courtney, I love you. Let's see. Let's go to the next one. We got some more Arrow. This is pretty damn cool. So on July 24th in the UK and July 25th in the US and Canada, they're giving us Blood Money, 4 Western classics, and they're calling this Volume 2. This is for, what was the first one called? The Vengeance Trails. That's the first one. So this is like the direct sequel to Vengeance Trails. We've got 4 films in each, and this one is going to include $10,000 blood money, aka $10,000 for a massacre. We also have in the film's spiritual successor, Vengeance is Mine, aka $100,000 for a killing. A lot more money in that one. Then we got Find a Place to Die from 1968. And then finally, we've got Matalo, which is also known as Kill Him from 1970. Not a lot of special features in this, but it's for like impossible to see films packaged together. And it's Arrow doing something that people have, depending on who you ask, some people just want them to stick to shitty horror movies, but other people are very happy when they branch out. This seems like one that you're going to be happy with.
Oh yeah, haven't seen any of them. Really want to. Super excited about this. I should have said this earlier. I just watched one of Arrow's shitty horror movies, Trapped Alive.
Oh, go.
Oh, okay. I kind of liked it.
It was boring.
I'm invalidating everything I've said about, like, my taste is so.
Screw Manhunter. Give me Wynorski in 4K.
Well, I'll stand with that. Yeah.
Oh, I know. That's why I made that joke. What's going on, Tiana? Honestly, not Boxcar Bertha, but a good restoration of Mean Streets or something first. Although I'd buy Boxcar Bertha, yeah. Not going to lie.
I'd love to get a big old version of, big old edition of Mean Streets for sure.
I'm sure. Okay, so here's some of the features on this. We've got new commentary by Lee Broughton. We got Tears of Django, newly edited featurette with archival interviews with the director on some of these. The producer who didn't like Western movies, new interview with producer Mino Loy, new interview with Ernesto Gastaldi. I guess there's more features than I remember typing up for this. We got a new commentary by a couple critics on the second disc. Newly edited archival interview with the film's iconic composer. New interview with Mino Loy on the second disc as well. For Find a Place to Die, we got a new commentary by author and critic Howard Hughes, Sons of Leone, newly edited archival interview with director. We got a new in-depth appreciation of Gianni Ferrio by musician and disc collector Lovely John, who has worked with Severin quite a few times. We've got a new commentary by Troy Howarth and Nathaniel Thompson on Matalo Kill Him. There's a new in-depth interview with filmmaker David Pulici on director Cesare Cannavaro, and then a new in-depth appreciation of the soundtrack and its composer by musician and disc collector Lovely John on that fourth disc as well. More than it looked like. Pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that one.
No.
I'll probably get this before the Bruce Lee.
That makes sense. This will be a lot cheaper too. And in fact, since this is coming out on July 24th, it might fall into the Barnes and Noble 50% off sale when they do the Arrow stuff right around the Criterion. It might be just after, unfortunately.
But I gotta get that Bud Buttiker. Oh man,
July is a big month for Criterion.
my problems.
Speaking of big,
Okay, I'm ready for this. I'm just getting my collection of Black Emmanuel films ready.
why don't you show us?
Okay.
Jesus.
So I did a little research to make sure that everything is accounted for, right? Because some of the films have different titles. So everything that in the original Severin DVD sets, everything is accounted for, but some of them have some different names. For example, Emmanuel White, Black Emmanuel, White Emmanuel is called Black Velvet, right?
Interesting. I think for the whole Black Emmanuel series, this is literally everything that they could have gotten, save for, I believe there are 3 loosely related titles that are not in this box set.
But, yeah, I think they're missing. Well, I don't know because, all right, so there's a Joe D'Amato zombie pornographic film that is released as Erotic Nights of the Living Dead, and I'm not sure if one of these films like Porno Nights of the World or Porno Nights of the World 2 might actually have that. I don't think so though. But I have gone through so that people know. So if you're holding on to the DVD sets, you can let those go safely. Severin had already put out Emmanuel and the Last Cannibals, so that's in the.
And I believe technically that is even getting, both of the ones that you're showing are getting an actual upgrade in this disc.
Right.
I think they're getting more features.
Right. So Violence in a Women's Prison, both of those are from Severin, so they can go. Full Moon put out Emmanuel Black Velvet, which is the Black Manuel, White Emmanuel, and Emmanuel and the White Slave Trade, which is also on DVD in one of the boxes. Obviously, they're Full Moon Blu-rays, they can go. Code Red had Emmanuel and the Deadly Black Cobra, which is included in the set, so that can be let go. Emmanuel and Francoise, which Severin puts out. I'm not sure that's actually in the set. If it is, it has a different title, and I haven't ascertained what's what. So if you have Emmanuel and Francoise, you should hang on to it. And if you have the limited red case of Mondo Macabro's Emmanuel in America, I'm not sure if you should let go of it or not. I imagine we've got different features, and I will be interested in comparing the transfers.
But also, that Mondo Macabro standard release of Emmanuel in America is going out of print.
Right.
And you can get it on sale from Mondo Macabro on their big cartel site right now for $13. If you wanted to watch one of these and get a fully loaded, wonderful disc, incredible looking release, that is the best way to try one of these, in my opinion, right now, to see if you might want to get the entire set. So we had the question earlier. Let me pull it back up. Before we dive into all of the details here, Joe Jack wants to know, Will, what is the appeal of the Black Emmanuel films?
Well, according to the chat, apparently I ejaculate all over my movie collection.
Apparently.
That's what's being said, and I'm offended that I would never do anything to damage my movies. All right, the appeal of Black Emmanuel. Well, I think that the ones that are directed by Joe D'Amato, these are among his best films. The locations, the atmosphere, the here come the dollars, the the I don't even know the atmosphere. I feel like these are films that D'Amato was kind of invested in, like not necessarily taking them seriously, but enjoying himself in in the creation, because they just have,
Wonder why.
yeah, but they just have a pacing to them, and a sort of well, I mean, the locations, there's this real around the world quality to them, and you just see these wonderful places. And then Laura Gimser is in addition to being beautiful, she's very unique looking. And nobody's going to ever say that she's a great actress or anything. She would not say that. But she's really got this presence, and she seems to be having a good time, and just always has this sort of ironic remove from what she's doing. That I don't know. She's a compelling.
She commands the screen for sure.
Really, she really does. And I'm not just talking about the nudity and the sexual content and all that stuff, although that's there, and obviously that's part of what these films are supposed to deliver. Some are better than others. I really like Emmanuel in America. I think it's way better than, for example, 8mm. I really like Emmanuel and the Last Cannibals. So yeah, I mean, I'll stop there. Everybody, wait, there's nudity. Yeah, these are
all right.
Not for family viewing.
We're going to go into some of these. I'm not going to read through all of the specs, or this is going to be a 7-hour stream just for reading this.
Right.
Disc 1, we've got Black Emmanuel and Black Emmanuel 2. This is going to have some really great special features on all of these discs. So again, not going to go through all of them, but just pay attention to the sheer amount of things that are in this. Wanted to share a couple of the pictures first. So this wonderful box, they've got this little I don't know, the viewfinder. What do you call the little thing that you can spin? There's different things that are going to be in the camera here, which is really unique for Severin. Love that they're doing that. Severin just kills the box set. Second disc is going to be Emmanuel in Bangkok and Emmanuel in America, and lots of special features there. We've got a lot of big names on this set, pretty much everywhere. Disc 3 has Emmanuel Around the World and Emmanuel and the Last Cannibals. That was one of these. Okay, so this one, there's a tribute to Karen Schubert on this. The Nikedi, I never know how to say that, actress. Video essay by Kayla Janice and Stephen Broomer, written by Jean-Luc Merritt, author of Pornification, which, fascinating. Then we've got Disc 4, Porno Nights of the World, and Emmanuel and the Porno Nights of the World. Didn't realize those were two different films until this.
Haven't seen those two, can't vouch for
them. Disc 5, we got Sister Emmanuel and Emmanuel and the White Slave Trade.
Those are cool.
Disc 6, Violence in a Women's Prison and Emmanuel in Prison. Then Disc 7 is Black Cobra and Black Velvet. Disc 8 is Emmanuel's Perverse Outburst and Porno Erotic Love. I think that's supposed to be erotic. It was misspelled there.
I should mention, let me jump in. Black Velvet is also known as Black Emmanuel, White Emmanuel, and also features Annie Bell, who's great.
Interesting. This one Black Cobra has an audio commentary with Sam Deegan, by the way.
Cool.
Then Disc 9 is Divine Emmanuel. That's from 81. Disc 10 is Emmanuel, Queen of the Desert. I'm just reading back when I just said it should have been erotic. I don't know that that's the case. Porno esotic love? Esotic. All right. So I screwed that up. I'm fixing that now. Next is Disc 11, Amore Libero, Free Love, Emmanuel, A Woman from a Hot Country. Disc 12, Black Deep Throat, and Porno Nights of the World, number 2. What are we doing here? Disc 13, Inferno Rosso, Joe D'Amato on the Road of Excess. That is a documentary from 2021. And then we got Scandalous Emmanuel from 1986. Then they've got 2 CDs. We've got
Hey,
a groove CD and then a rarities and B-side CD. So many discs, 15 discs, 24 films.
yeah,
A Viewmaster, that's the word. Thanks, Paul.
I'm I'm pretty excited about this, and not in that way.
No, I'm laughing because Paul says if you're in the ICU, this could be family viewing.
um, yeah, these films, I wouldn't say they're not my favorite by any means, but they're just, I don't know, they're really interesting, beyond their um, titillating and softcore content, but that's valid too.
Right.
And yeah, they do. Laura Gemser is the actress throughout. Well, wait, one of them, or is one of them Ajita? So
That's
maybe,
what I was thinking. I don't know if she's in every single one of these.
maybe I'll take that back. Maybe I'll take that back. Because some of those I haven't seen. But man, I love Laura Gemser. I'm really excited to hear the interviews and read the interviews that come with it.
There's a lot of really great names attached to this.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the book and carrying my man purse. What is it that they Silent Mandible wins?
Oh man. All right. We're gonna pause Emmanuel for a second because this seems like a really obvious question that you and I are gonna love going off on a tangent for 6 minutes.
Okay.
Stan Geezy needs Lucio Fulci recommendations. He had never watched anything from Fulci, and this is an original, all of a sudden deep dive. So, what are like top 3 you have to do this?
I have to go first?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm picking 3.
Yep.
Well, I'm not going with the obvious.
I will, and so that's okay.
Okay. I really, really like his film "Don't Torture a Duckling."
Fuck it, that was mine. Okay.
I also, I don't know, some people find it slow, but I really like House by the Cemetery. And then his Western Four of the Apocalypse. I like that one. So for like non-zombie people, I would start with those 3. Nice. Not I have no idea what Stan's deal with zombies is, but those would be the 3 non-zombie ones I would start with.
I will stand up again and say Don't Torture a Duckling might be his masterpiece. I love that movie. The obvious choice here is zombie. A shark fights a zombie underwater. Like, what? Legitimately, it happened, and it's amazing. Not to mention, it's just a really well-made zombie movie. I got to throw my hat in the ring for The Beyond. It is a masterpiece. The music is incredible. The set piece in that, the house is stupendous. It is such a wonderful, out of nowhere, like bonkers, supernatural, wild flick. And then just to get another one from the trilogy, like City of the Living Dead is better than people think. The scenes in that, the maggots, the drill scene, obviously it's really, really famous for that, vomiting up intestine scene, which is really great. But the rest of the movie is incredible too. He had such a grasp on just this weird, like, it's not even tension. It's I feel weird and want out of this situation. Fulci is amazing.
Yeah, gratuitous Michele Soavi there. I would also, as some bonus picks, if you want to go back in his pre-horror catalog, the Giallo Lizard in a Woman's Skin, and the sort of Giallo, a perversion story. But he also did some cool comedies like The Eroticist, 1972, The Maniacs, was mid 60s. So he did every genre, really.
And Fulci has multiple releases through Mondo Macabro, so they're going to get another shout out. If you're looking for Lizard in a Woman's Skin or a Perversion Story, they are the place to go. Those releases are incredible. And look at that. The three I said are the three that Stan has seen already. You're welcome, Stan. All right, let's knock out the rest of Black Emmanuel. So of course they put out this giant bundle, and this is wild. So they put out the box set. Of course, there's a necklace replica with a surprise photo. There's a Siam Intercontinental Hotel pin. The thing I want the most is this beautiful airline bag. This thing looks incredible. There is an Emmanuel Studio Magazine fashion playset, which looks hilarious. You got a travel along passport with location stickers, but everybody was talking about this exclusive board game to this, and it looks really great. I got to be honest. The whole release just looks stupendous. Inferno Rosso, the Joe D'Amato on the Road of Excess. You can buy just that one by itself if you want. It does come with Scandalous Emmanuel, but if you don't want the whole box set, you can get just that documentary. And yeah, I mean, this is an incredible release.
So there's already a 2-part documentary that's spread across the DVDs of Images in a Convent and Anthropophagus, not the Images in a Convent that was in the Nunsploitation box from Severin. So it's like a 3-hour documentary. It's really good. And so I'm going to be really interested in comparing it to this Inferno Rosso film. But I'm a big fan of Joe D'Amato. A film he did called Papaya. Is that right?
That sounds right. Stan asks, is this the actual retail? This bundle, yes, was $295. And what's funny, I purposefully left something out when I was just reading all those items. This also includes a vintage 4x6 photo, but they started selling this bundle after this sold out without the photo. So if you were one of the original 250 that got the bundle, you got that photo, but everyone else that went to go buy it, you got the whole bundle minus the photo, but it's the same price. So not to drum up any controversy, how do you feel about that? It's the exact same price, and if you're buying this now, you get one less item.
Well, I got the photo, so I don't give a shit. I don't know. I mean, I love the way every boutique has its own personality, and Severin, of course, they're the kings of the. I say this lovingly, like they're the kings of the tacky tchotchkes. And sometimes they're awesome. Like I really loved the picnic basket that came with Grizzly and Day of the
Still use it, yeah.
I use that shit, and I like what the Emmanuel set had. Other times it's been kind of silly, and I've passed on them. But okay, but the question is, should it be, or is it ethical to sell the bundle at the same price with one less item? And I guess it depends, right? Like, well, no, it doesn't depend. It's one less item. They should knock $5 off,
And here's the thing. So I had this conversation with a couple people actually. And first off, it is one 4x6 photo that's not going to be included. That literally cost 54 cents at Walgreens. I don't care that it's not in there. Personally, I don't think it needs to be any cheaper. I don't think it needs to be $10 less. I don't think it needs to be $5 less. It's one vintage photo. It doesn't really change anything for me. The rest of the stuff, is it worth $100? That's the question. And to be honest, this stuff isn't cheap. Like to design a Severin Airlines bag costs a lot of money to manufacture that. That's not something that you call, some cheap like party place and say, I want these colors in this design. Can you print one for $8 for me? That doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
These pens, the board game alone, board games are expensive to make.
Yeah, that board game is kind of a big deal.
The magnet playset, these are not like $5 items to make it worth $100. This is a lot. Obviously, it depends on what they're using to make these, but Severn has always used really high quality things for the most part.
Yeah, they're not like generally they're not crappy merch.
Yeah.
That being said, though, I mean it's collectible,
Yeah.
and for some people, not me, maybe not you, the photo is like important, and it not being there, but still being at the same price. Like I could understand somebody being like, could you knock a couple bucks off? But at the same time, it's not like you're losing one of the major pieces, like the pin.
Yeah, if this didn't include the board game and they said it was $295, I can understand being a little upset then. But for one vintage photo that's a 4x6 photo, come on.
Well, I don't know. I can't see the photo, but it looks like it might get your channel deleted. Be careful.
Nobody can see it.
Okay. Rest in peace, Severn YouTube channel.
Yes, sadly true. Is that it? Yeah, that's it for Black Emmanuel. I mean, obviously you picked this up. Is this, first off, the way they are discussing this, they are literally throwing around the words like most, I think they called it the most ambitious box set ever released. How do you feel about that? Obviously that's a huge word there.
I don't know. Well, I know Kayla Janice did some stuff on this, but that all the Hans BR set might have something to say about it. That being said, I would be surprised if this doesn't get a Shelf Shock award of some sort. Some of those films are pretty freaking obscure. Like tchotchkes aside, I can't believe they found some of those movies.
Right.
I've seen the titles like in research and stuff before. Never thought that they would be like restored and released, which is why I asked for some research funds to help support purchasing this. And so in that sense, it's pretty amazing, pretty ambitious is the right word. Like, and we've been waiting for this for so long too. I mean, talking about it for a couple of years, right?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. People like raise the question of it's Black Emmanuel and it's $195 for the box set. Yeah, it's $195 because there are so many people that have been involved with the production of this. Just the list of people that are in the special features alone can make you dizzy, but all those people deserve to be paid along the way too. So I completely get it.
24 films, 24.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Plus 2 music CDs.
Yeah. Which I'm excited about. I always love those swinging Black Emmanuel scores.
All right. Any other notes on Black Emmanuel, or should we move on to our next 74 releases?
Yeah, let's get into some more sexy stuff.
More sexy stuff. Laurel and Hardy.
Hey. Close your knees, buddy.
This is actually pretty damn cool. So July 25th, Flickr Alley is giving us Laurel and Hardy Year One, the newly restored 1927 Silence. This includes Lucky Dog from 1921, 45 Minutes from Hollywood from 26, Duck Soup from 27, Slipping Wives from 27, Love 'Em and Weep, Why Girls Love Sailors, With Love and Hisses, Sugar Daddies, Sailors Beware, The Second 100 Years, Call of the Cuckoo, Do Detectives Think, Putting Pants on Philip, The Battle of the Century. Those are all from 27, and then Flying Elephants from 28. It's got a documentary on here. It's got a commentary for each film. It's got a video essay. It's got a slideshow presentation, original publicity materials from the 20s. Like, there's a lot of stuff on this disc. Flickr Alley does really great work. They're a little expensive, but this is freaking really cool.
Yeah, this is important. I not as important as the Black Emmanuel set, obviously, but very important nonetheless. A lot of the silent shorts are really underseen, and think a lot of people really know Laurel and Hardy for their verbal humor. So this is a great opportunity for people who um, who don't know this part of their careers. I'm really excited about it.
And the cool thing is there's stuff on here from before they were Laurel and Hardy. It's they worked together before they were a duo, and that took, I think it's another 6 years before they like really teamed up. So just the amount of restoration that had to come on here was, this is genuinely a historic piece. This is something that a lot of people just should take the time to see if you are anywhere near interested in how we got to where we are, not only in comedy, but just in film history. This is a big deal.
Yeah, you know, and I'm really, it's really exciting to see just how many of these silent shorts are getting restored. Like if you look at Kino's Pioneers of Black Cinema, there are a lot of uh, performers that people don't know anything about. In the well, I mean, a lot of people haven't been familiar with. They haven't been kind of put forth in the mainstream. Mabel Normand in the early women filmmaker sets, and then the earlier films of Laurel and Hardy and Harry Langdon. I think we're still waiting for a Blu-ray of the Harry Langdon stuff. But yeah, this is a really super exciting release. I really like Laurel and Hardy.
What's going on, Celeste?
I prefer Fatty Arbuckle and Buster Keaton. Make that clear.
Good to know. All right, Wicked Vengeance. Can't speak. Wicked Vengeance is giving us blue. Wicked Vengeance. Jesus God. Wicked Vision is giving us Blue Vengeance from 1989, and you're going to notice a little bit of a trend from some of the Wicked Vision stuff. Have you paid attention to the announcements from them this week?
I saw a couple of them, but I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to delve into them. I want to get a couple because I don't have any Wicked Vision in my collection, and I feel I owe it to Laurent.
You'll see they clearly have a relationship with Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of their stuff is coming out through Wicked Vision.
Well, hopefully we'll get a killer condom since it's a German film at some point.
Kino is giving us Twisted from 2004 here pretty soon. This is from a new 4K scan of the OCN, and this cast, I don't think I've ever seen this one. We got Ashley Judd, Samuel L. Jackson, Andy Garcia. That alone is great, but it's directed by Philip Kaufman. Have you seen this one?
No. Okay, so this was during this period where Ashley Judd was in every murder thriller, and they're all like super trashy but directed by good people. Like I just recently saw the imprint edition of Double Jeopardy that was directed by Bruce Beresford, and it's so dumb, but I enjoyed it.
I love that movie.
Yeah, it was so dumb, but I enjoyed it a lot. And now I want to see like Twisted and what's that other one she did something about a spider or something.
Oh, Along Came a Spider.
Yeah. Now I want to see all these. So I don't know if this will be a purchase necessarily, but I might have to add it to whatever.
Well, it's also Kino. 3 months after the release, so it'll hopefully be like $9.
That's true. Yeah. I want to check this out. I like Philip Kaufman a lot. So
heck yeah. Let's see. Jeremy on Facebook, was Vinegar Syndrome originally a low-key vintage porn distributor? I mean, they weren't really low-key.
But it was like the business model.
And they still put out a lot of vintage porn. Yeah, good stuff.
They do indeed.
Next up, Kino Lorber is giving us a 4K of Murder on the Orient Express from 1974. This is really freaking cool. So this is a brand new 2023 4K scan of the OCN. This is the Albert Finney, Ingrid Bergman, Sean Connery, Anthony Perkins, Vanessa Redgrave, Richard Widmark, Jacqueline Bisset. I mean, like so many names in this movie, but obviously the big thing, directed by Sidney Lumet. Like this to me is one of the masterpieces. I grew up loving Agatha Christie stuff, and I cannot wait to see this on 4K.
Yeah, I've only ever seen this movie as a pretty crappy DVD, and it's a lot of fun. I'm excited about it as well.
Agatha Christie stuff is some of the most like adapted works of all time because she's done so many great stories. But yeah, this is really, really exciting. I loved this movie. Next up is Scream Factory. Oh boy.
Well, yeah, if you ever wanted to see Jason Alexander's ass in 4K, here's your chance.
So July 11th, we are getting a 4K of The Burning. They do say final extras will be confirmed at a later date. Who knows if this will be added to? Yeah, after you give them money to pre-order. First off, The Burning. How do you feel about The Burning overall?
It's okay.
Really?
I don't hate it. It's got some stuff in there. You know, it's not one of my favorite slashers by any means, but I've seen it a couple times, and you know, it's got some stuff in there that, you know, from a academic perspective, you know, gender stuff that people can talk about. It's never going to be like a movie where, you know, it's a Friday night and I'm going to hang out with my wife or a friend and be like, hey, you know what? We should watch The Burning. The Burning is a movie that I'll watch if it's like I've already watched a movie and I want to watch something to fall asleep to. I can watch The Burning.
Interesting.
What do you think about it?
I like it a lot more than that, actually.
Yeah.
I think that this is and this is going to sound like a backhanded compliment, I guess, but this is like one of the much better formulaic slashers for me. I think that this is something that leans in fully to a lot of the tropes because they weren't all tropes at the time. This is still 1981, still very early. And I think it's better than most of the other like camp slashers. I think that this exceeds a lot of the quality that we see in a lot of those other films. I think that the idea of Cropsy in this is genuinely mystifying and something that works a lot better than you know, a bunch of kids showing up for a camp that should they be afraid of Jason Voorhees? No, they don't know who the fuck he is. That's not like this long lost lore until you get to like part 4 or anything like that. This to me makes a lot more sense as a movie, and it's really well done, actually. Not to mention we get to see Holly Hunter. Like, she's super young. This is a really good movie.
No, I don't dislike the movie at all, and I kind of like it. And you know, this came out a full year before Slumber Party Massacre too, so
yeah,
that's something. And you know, Jack Shoulders, the editor, he's made Alone in the Dark, you know, one of the great, and he did, you know, Nightmare 2, right? So yeah, don't take my like Midland reaction to be a dislike. I don't know that I'm going to upgrade to 4K though.
That's too bad, Will. I trusted you. All right, everybody, you heard Will. He says not to buy this. We're going to go to the next one. So this is the big story from the Scream Factory announcements from this week. We are getting the next 4 Child's Play or Chucky films on 4K, which is it's really cool. Not taken away from that at all. I think it's nice that we have, I think, other than Halloween, I think this is the first thing that we have an entire franchise in 4K. That's more than like 3 films. This is really, really cool. Cannot wait to check out some of these. I don't remember the last time I've seen Seed, and I need to rewatch Curse. I know it's been a long time. Obviously, we got your take on the. Or no, we didn't. No, that was last year. Never mind. I don't know how you feel about Child's Play. What's your feeling on the franchise itself and getting all 4 of these in 4K?
I love the Child's Play franchise very much, and I already have the Blu-ray box set that was pretty cool.
The packaging on that was actually pretty well done.
So I don't know how I feel about upgrading to 4K. I just don't know how much better they're going to look.
The first 3 look significantly better.
Really?
Yeah. And not to mention, just to kind of pimp something on my own channel again. Justin Beam, who was my interview this week, he did all the special features for those first 3 and is doing a whole bunch of new special features for these 4. So they are going to be loaded great releases.
New features.
Yes.
All right. I'll do it.
I promise.
No, well, and speaking of the gender stuff of the burning, I really loved the way, post Bride of Chucky, they kind of pivoted into these issues of identity in really interesting ways. The John Waters cameo in Seed was really cool.
It might be the most like LGBTQ friendly franchise out of any of them, especially in horror.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, probably.
So these are all coming out on July 25th. We are getting Cult of Chucky, Curse of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, and of course, Bride of Chucky. But then the stuff that everybody is going to want to get into, well, after this, I guess. Let's go find that package first, and then we'll come back to these. So they have this bundle option where you get all 4 of the films.
Oh, shit.
And it also comes with the 4 alt slipcovers and alt posters. And it includes this little 2.5-inch by 3.5-inch retro prism sticker of Tiffany and Chucky there, as you can see it zoom in. And
Yes.
I thought this was it. And then out of nowhere, there is this even bigger package where you've got all 4 movies, 8 slipcovers, 8 different posters. You've got that sticker. And then on top of that, they are giving a set of pins, as they are wont to do, as they work with gutter garbs. And it is, let's see, I think 5 different enamel pins. And then on top of that, a set of 5 retro movie cards, which they're going a long way to make you believe that it's something bigger than it is. It's 5 trading cards the size of baseball cards.
They love these fucking cards, don't they?
And well, they've not been doing many of these, but the funny thing is they also later, let me bring it up here.
All these spoilers. What are you doing?
There is, I believe, another bundle without the cards, and it's $25 cheaper.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
It makes no sense to me. The amount of
it's like $60 cheaper.
Well, it's without the pins as well.
There's a 210, a 153, and a 149.
Jeez. Yeah.
Right. Still.
Planet Mondo, that thing steelbook was not a 4K. It was just a Blu-ray steelbook, by the way. While we have this on the screen, let's go into some of these other ones. July 25th, we're getting the uncut and unrated version of Team America World Police from 2004.
How is this different from the Blu-ray that's already out?
I believe that one is not unrated. I may be wrong. Or maybe it didn't have the theatrical cut. Maybe it only had the unrated cut. This has both.
That's possible. Okay. So if you want to see both cuts. Yeah, I included this in a course I teach called the Hollywood Musical and the American Dream. And I hadn't seen it since it came out in the theater, and totally forgot to kind of give a heads up to the class before the movie started, and it went better than I thought it was going to go. But yeah, so they were pretty horrified. They enjoyed the songs though.
That makes perfect sense. Let's see. Sibner says, how much are the pins and how much are the cards? Because the difference is $70. Well, on other pin sets, they've been roughly $50 difference to $55 difference. And again, I'm not going to stand up for this and defend Scream Factory like they're this benevolent thing, especially after I ripped them a new one last month. But enamel pins are not cheap to make. And most of the time, enamel pins are somewhere between $10 to $15 each. So I kind of get a collectible package of 5 pins being $50, but 5 baseball card size little pictures of Tiffany and Chucky, that shouldn't be $20. Period. KB is here. What's going on, KB? He just saw Bo is Afraid. Nice. Spaghetti says there's a 4th Chucky bundle with a random steelbook of They Live thrown in. Oh, man. Okay, so yeah, Sibner says the original Blu-ray was only theatrical, not unrated. So this gives us the unrated cut.
Then I have not seen the unrated cut, and I wonder what the hell could have been.
What is worse?
Hold on a second. I know some stuff was cut out from the sex scene, but I feel like the Blu-ray I have had the full, like, scat stuff and everything. I'll have to take a look.
Anyway, enough scat. Well, no, maybe not. Let's talk about some more shit, because this is ridiculous. July 25th, Shout Factory is releasing Superstore, the complete series, on DVD.
Wait, what?
DVD. This is my rant of the week for Shout Factory. I don't understand this decision whatsoever. A show that was critically praised a lot.
Good show.
Filmed in high definition, would bring on even more fans. They're releasing it on DVD.
At first I was gonna make a joke like that makes sense because it's about Walmart, but even Walmart has like 4K shit.
DVD.
That's a travesty. I really enjoyed that show.
DVD. This is 2023, and I don't understand.
Maybe the retro thing, like all the people who are into VHS and cassette tapes, now the new thing is, oh, yeah, I collect vintage DVD.
Remember vintage DVDs? So, again, it's a long series. I get it. It's 113 episodes, but how do you not put this out on DVD or on Blu-ray? Because this would sell a lot more on Blu-ray. People are not going to shell out for a DVD unless this is, I mean, you said it as a joke a little bit, but unless this is legitimately for like the Walmart consumer, which nothing against it. They deserve their releases too. Put it out on both. It's not that difficult.
DC Ebner pointed out that a lot of shows are only on DVD, and that's true, but like not shows that are being released now. Right? Like a lot of shows haven't been upgraded. But yeah, I mean, geez, I could understand no, I actually can't understand releasing anything on DVD now. That makes no sense.
I understand also releasing on DVD now because they still sell very well, but to make that your highest quality product is baffling.
Yeah. Although it is appropriate for the subject matter of the show. Maybe it's a really, really inside joke for it.
No, I would believe that if the set was like $90. Spaghetti reminds us that it would also be less discs on Blue because they have so much more space. It would be more logistically sound on Blu-ray. Completely agree.
Yeah, it'd be a nice slim case instead of that big fat box. Jeez.
Yikes. All right, so some other ones. They are also releasing World War Z on 4K. This is from 2013. This seems odd for a number of reasons. Not a collector's edition. It's a Brad Pitt modern film, and a studio's not releasing this on 4K. That seems a little weird to me.
Well, because it sucks.
I'm not giving it any sort of quality. I completely agree. However, Brad Pitt sells still. And
Yes.
I imagine this would do fairly well on a Best Buy shelf for $10 on Black Friday.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to give it to us with not a lot of extra features, without a slipcover, and sell it for $32.
Well, if people buy it, that's on them.
That is a really good joke. Sibner says this is the kind of movie that comes free with your new PlayStation. Reggie, who used to be Chester, says the first 9 seasons of Shameless were released on Blu-ray, but the last 2 DVD only.
Wait,
what?
Is that true? Is that real?
Yikes.
Talk about shameless.
Good God, man. Another one. So, 4th of July, 4K Shout Factory is releasing Upgrade from 2018.
This is the one that should be released on DVD to make it funny.
Oh, man. So, again, this one, kind of like World War Z, this is very odd to me. So, nothing against the film. I actually really love this movie. I think that it is really well done, great, super wonderful. But you're releasing it on 4K for a film that already has a legitimately incredible boutique release with all kinds of special features, and you're not giving it a collector's edition. Right here, second sight, put it out on Blu-ray. There is a lot of special features. We got an audio commentary. We've got a new interview with Lee Whannell. We've got new interview with the producer, new interview with the cinematographer. There's a new interview with the editor. There is a new interview with the fight choreographer. And yet they can't license these and put it out on a collector's edition.
So this is actually a downgrade.
Well, format upgrade, but overall, like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm very confused.
I love it when films advertise themselves based on the producer.
Yeah, I've never understood that. I know it's just to attach something mentally, but it's not a great
especially nowadays. You know, it's not. These aren't the. It's not David O. Selznick. You know?
Yeah, I guess if Spielberg had produced Happy Death Day, I'd understand it a little more.
Well, they'd be debating who directed it then.
Lee Whannell never gets enough credit. All right, so we talked about Chucky's package already.
Whoa!
I said that way on purpose.
Where's Courtney on that one?
So I'm very curious your take on this because I've still never seen this. June 6th, Music Box Films is releasing the complete story of film. This is 2 different documentaries that were released in 2011 and 2021, and they're both going to be on Blu-ray for the first time. I don't know about this documentary itself. Have you seen either one of these?
Oh yeah.
So I have heard nothing this week except for how many people hate this guy's voice. Is there some sort of truth to that?
All right, so that's so funny you just said that, because I was going to say I show some of the episodes of the story of film in my intro to film history class, and half the class is always like, I hate this fucking guy's voice, and the other half are like, oh yeah, that's a really calming voice, really, like, this guy really is into it. He does have, you know, I mean, the guy's what? Is he Irish? Yeah, he's Irish. And, you know, but he's like British Irish, so it's not like the full-on brogue. It's just like slightly Irish, like like John Wayne in the Quiet Man. You know? No, he doesn't sound like John Wayne in the Quiet Man. I like his voice in the context of, I mean, I've never met the guy, so I don't know what he's in. If I was having a conversation with the narrator of the film and he was talking like that, I'd be like, shut the fuck up, dude. But in watching it, I really, there's a passionate languidity. It's a languid, you know, like this really like low key, relaxed tone, but also like super into what he's talking about. It's a weird dichotomy. So I've warmed to it. He also did the like 14 or 15 hour documentary Women Make Film about the history of women filmmakers. So I have not seen the new generation. It's a very idiosyncratic documentary. The story of film is not really like an attempt at an objective history.
Right.
It's this guy weaving together his whole experience with researching the history of film globally. And one of the great things about the documentary is that while it is still kind of Euro and Hollywood centric in the sense that that's where he's kind of his history with learning about film is coming from. It's also very global, and it brings in Middle Eastern, South Asian, East Asian, Soviet diaspora films, African diaspora films. It's so for somebody who's like seriously wanting to get introduced to the history of film, it's a great way to start. And so I'm excited about this. I want to see the new generation. It does require, I mean, the story of film's 15 hours. Women make films about 15 hours. I assume story of film, a new generation, is probably about 15 hours. So
it's just under 4, actually. It's a
oh,
huge
just under 4?
downgrade.
Oh, okay, you can do that in an afternoon, no problem.
So, but that's the thing. A lot of people complained about the price. This duology, I guess, of documentaries, almost 19 hours of documentary, and it's $120. Like,
oh, fuck that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money, but it's way more time for a documentary.
$45. That's what it's worth. that's what
I'm not going to argue with Will.
Yeah, no way, man. $119
right now to pre-order on Amazon. It'll likely come down some, but yeah, I don't know what the actual MSRP is. It's probably going to end up somewhere around like 80.
Get that on a Black Friday deal or something.
Go to Best Buy for Mark Cousins' 19-hour duology documentary.
Wait, is it an exclusive Best Buy thing?
No. I'm saying it will never be there. All right, July 25th, RLJE Films is giving us Paint from 2022. This is the Owen Wilson film that stars him as a painter. Not a lot of details on that yet, but I still haven't seen this.
Not just a painter.
He's not actually portraying Bob Ross, I don't think.
Yeah, but he is.
But I mean, yes, but no.
Carl Nargle.
July 11th, IFC is releasing Corsage from 2022. This says Empress Elizabeth of Austria is known for her beauty and fashion trends, but in 1877, she celebrates her 40th birthday and must fight to maintain her public image. With a future of only ceremonial duties in front of her, she rebels against her public image and comes up with a plan to protect her legacy. I did want to point out, I don't think I've ever seen more pull quotes on a cover for a film. This is a wild cover. Very curious on this, but
well, I want you to know, I actually did some research on this one when I saw the cover, because I wanted to know if her flipping the bird was historically accurate. And in fact, the earliest recorded accounts of raising one's middle finger to indicate displeasure with another, 1860. So this is historically valid in that sense.
Interesting.
That is a lot of pull quotes.
Yes, I completely understand what Sibner says. It's supposed to look like a Vanity Fair cover. I just merely pointing out, I've never seen it artistically done like this. Nothing against it. Not saying it's bad or anything like that, but that's a lot.
Yeah. I like the magazine thing. I'm always distracted whenever I see something with a certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes sticker. I'm always like, well, as the kids say, that's sus.
It really is. Why do they have to tell us that it's good?
Well, it just means that like 3 people liked it.
Yeah. Or 3 people saw it.
Right.
All right. Speaking of you seeing this last night, and how'd you say that you were saying it? Is it Sisu? Sisu. So July 11th, Lionsgate is releasing a 4K release of Sisu in the US, and this movie looks incredible. Lots of people seem to enjoy it. seems to be like one that you kind of shut your brain off and just marvel at the hilarity for a little while.
It was a visual feast, and a 4K release is proper. I think some reviews have talked about the film as being part of the John Wickification of movies, and I would say that is unfortunately accurate. However, it's done pretty well, and it doesn't get like completely ludicrous until the last 20 minutes. But I found myself engaged throughout. The performances are solid. The like I said, the cinematography, the location's gorgeous, and I have to be honest though, I doubt that this will make its way into my collection. Like I've seen it.
Not a rewatcher.
Well, if somebody I know picks it up and is like, "Hey, we're gonna have a Sisu party," I'd be cool with it. But I don't know if it's something I'd revisit on my own. And I say that as somebody who loves rare exports. Rewatched that many times. But I don't know. I might change my mind. I'd probably like to see it again. I just don't know if I want to like pick it up.
Yeah, I get that. What's going on, Adrian? Welcome to the channel. Paul says a Sisu party sounds really dirty.
That's the theme of the night.
It looks really dirty. All right, this one
I can confirm the film is extremely dirty. Literally.
This one came out of nowhere. June 27th, Unobstructed View in Canada is giving a release of Hellgate from 1989. And the cover art they're choosing for this is wild. This is an exclusive, I guess, that you can only buy from them at the moment, at least. This is the only North American licensed version of Blu-ray of Hellgate. And this is 1989 cousin to the Hellraiser series, is a classic example of the era of South African cult horror production. Directed by William A. LeVay, Hellgate opens with a motorcycle gang kidnapping a young woman, Josie, from a diner and brutally killing her. Many years later, the girl's father finds a magic crystal that can bring the dead back to life, of course, and uses it to reanimate his daughter. He lets her seduce any young men who visit the small town Hellgate, then kills them. This release includes all the bonus features from Arrow's UK release of Hellgate, plus the full-length documentary Images of Apartheid, filming on the fringe in old South Africa. And then you got a limited collectible O-card, which is a slipcover if you buy it on the first pressing.
Okay. I'm actually most interested in this for the documentary.
I kind of figured. I was going to ask, have you seen Hellgate? I've never seen this.
No. But I recently, and I haven't thought a lot about the film industry during that era in South Africa, but I recently had a student. He was an older student. He was like in his around my age. He had come back to college, and he grew up in apartheid South Africa. He was a white guy, and he had kind of escaped because he was getting recruited to join like some kind of governmental department while he was in college. These really interesting stories about the way the apartheid government censored media in order to kind of keep a lot of the white citizens in the dark about what was going on. Which isn't to say there wasn't like a ton of awful racist bullshit. Like don't get wrong. I'm not. Well, they were innocent. I'm not saying that. But like there was this whole like generation of younger people, right, who grew up just being kind of kept ignorant of what was going on. Not that should remind you of any of the current politics here about what should be taught in schools and whatnot. But he talked about the way news was censored, the way films were censored, the way like you couldn't show a film that had a black and a white person as like on equal footing in terms of their like employment or relationships and stuff. Just really screwed up. So that's why I'm kind of drawn not only to this documentary but also to the film, because I'm not even familiar with it.
Hmm.
Um, I know The Happy Hooker Goes to Washington. I'm familiar with that film. so, so yeah, this is likely really valuable for historical reasons, if nothing else.
Knowing Orbit and Diabolic, I bet at least the two of them will get this in eventually. I would hope Grindhouse Video would. Not entirely sure on that. If anything, I will also shout out you can easily import this from our dear Canadian friends in the North, Rough Cut Video, who was on the channel recently. And his physical store is open and alive and has a website and everything.
Cool.
I'm sure this will be up soon if it's not at the moment. This is pretty damn interesting for sure. Really, really random for what we talk about on here a lot of the time, but I gotta say, this might be the most beautiful steelbook I've ever seen. So June 5th in the UK, all the anime. What's that?
You just like that booty.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. All the anime is releasing The Garden of Words from 2013, but the steelbook on this, like, this is the front and this is the back. That is stunning color work. So this is going to have on the Blu-ray disc the film with both English and Japanese with English subs. Also included is 52 minutes of interviews with the Japanese cast and director, 45 minutes of storyboards, production stills, the Japanese trailer, the works of Makoto Shinkai, English commentary track with the cast, Japanese commentary with English subs, and then they have an audio CD with this with the official soundtrack for the film, and it seems to be like pretty properly priced. This looks like a pretty decent physical release.
I know absolutely nothing about it, but and you're right. Like the artwork is very pretty.
Yeah,
looks
stunning.
Looks like the best day at the interstate rest stop ever.
Have you ever wanted to hold the botanical gardens in your hand? Here you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, speaking of beautiful artwork.
We're going from a Day at the Gardens to Vinegar Syndrome and OCN announcements. You can order from the Vinegar Syndrome website now as part of their VSP line, Sick of Myself from 2022. Very unique design on the cover here. And then this is an inner cover, so you can see that one of these will likely be one of their outer slipcases. And this says Signa, I'm probably saying that wrong, and Thomas are young lovers in an increasingly competitive and dangerous relationship as Tomas's success. I just said Tomas. As Thomas's success as a contemporary artist grows, building sculptures from stolen goods, Signa concocts a plan to get all eyes in Oslo on her instead, only it involves grotesquely altering her appearance and body chemistry in the process. So I've not seen this, but I've heard that this is incredible. I don't want to oversell that too much, but I've heard that this is like over the top, pretty fantastic. This says it's a biting social satire that aims its targets on narcissism in the age of social media and skewers the cultural elite. Norwegian filmmaker Christopher Borgli Stick of Myself is a sharp, brutally honest, oftentimes disgusting amalgam of gallows humor and body horror that has to be seen to be believed. Featuring a fearless performance by Christine as Signa, much of which she spends under copious amounts of meticulously crafted practical makeup effects. My favorite. This was called Pretty Fucked Up by none other than John Waters and premiered at the 2022 Cannes Film Festival. This gets a slew of extra features. We got a commentary track with the writer, director, editor, interview with Christopher Borgli, interview with actress Christine, who is in the lead, interview with actor Eric Sather, who is one of the leads as well, interview with the prosthetic makeup artist, short film written and directed by the director, Abject Bodies in Transgressive Art House Cinema. Amazing. That is a video essay by Sam Deegan, and then a 16-page booklet with an essay by Sabina Stent.
So when I saw this, like I couldn't help but think of the Matthew Sweet song, which definitely is not the same vibe um, from like 20 years ago or whenever. Um, yeah, I don't know what to say about this. I'm always a little suspect of films that claim they're going after they're criticizing narcissists, because usually that means that the filmmakers are narcissists, but maybe not.
Eh,
If John Waters says it's fucked up, I believe it. So I think this is probably going to be worth taking a look.
it,
Yeah,
I would agree with what you said about some for sure.
I don't know if I need the slipcover though. I think
You don't want a poster of that?
I think I might wait for the standard.
Oh man, and yeah, you can't buy a standard of this because it's a VSP,
Oh,
and
well then.
that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up. Like VSP is supposed to be something that Vinegar Syndrome was involved in the production in. I would love if they were announcing these. Share with us how you were involved in the production of this.
Yeah.
Because I know New York Ninja was the first one that they did. They also did the Scary of 61st. Tell us how you were involved in these. I would love to hear how. And by the way, this isn't just a slip. They are describing it on here as the deluxe package features a hard box designed by
Oh,
artist Beth Morris that holds a slipcover with a special feature loaded Blu-ray and a full color booklet.
well, all right.
Censor was the other one. That's one I couldn't think of. But yeah, I don't know what is going on because I don't know if that means like maybe they invested in the filmmaking of those, which honestly, Censor feels like one that they would invest in. Scary as 61st almost kind of feels like one that they would invest in. But and this honestly, I could see them investing in this as well. I would just like to know how. But we got a shit ton of partner label announcements again. So Connie is putting out a new old play from 2021, and this slipcover has sold out. They got another like 50 allocated on the website, and those sold out. And it's not the only one. Multiple films have already sold out of their slipcover allotment. It is crazy. The slipcover is really interesting looking. And this looks like a pretty solid release. We got a short film on here, a making of that's 19 minutes long. We get a booklet. We got an interview with the director in that booklet with some behind the scenes pictures, storyboards, and Connie does great work. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on a great interview with what was his name from?
Ariel Esteban Calle.
Yeah, that was a great interview. It seemed like a really stand-up fella. And after watching it, it made me want to check out even more of Connie's films. This looks really interesting. I know that's a totally vapid thing to say. Oh, this looks really interesting, but it does. I'm something you said in the interview. You know, the opportunity to see films that are really of their particular location and culture,
Yeah,
and aren't necessarily made for international audiences, is a really valuable opportunity. And so for that reason, I'm pretty excited about everything that they put out, and this looks pretty cool.
yeah. Solid looking release. Let's go to the next one, which is At the Video Store from 2019. This is from Enjoy the Ride Records. That I don't know if this is on purpose, but suddenly over the last 6 months, it looks like they've turned into a nostalgia documentary factory. This is a video store documentary with lots of names attached to it. It says an offbeat and bittersweet documentary featuring Bill Hader, John Waters, Lance Bangs, a whole bunch of other names like Gus Van Sant, structured around original video store inspired songs. It is a loving ode to the dying art of connection and curation, which on the surface sounds enticing to a point, but also it's a 72-minute documentary about video stores. And when Enjoy the Ride puts out stuff, I don't know if they're choosing what words to put down, but their special features, region-free Blu-ray, director introduction, deleted scenes, theatrical trailer. That to me seems like a lot to charge full price for some of these, especially when they've gotten some rough reviews on some of the films they've put out over the last handful of months. It's not like one of the more expensive titles. It's not $32 or anything like that, but it's still a full price Blu-ray release for people that are not subscribers. It's $20.49, I think. Or sorry, $22.99 with the slip. And if you're a sub, you get it for what is it? It is $15.
Yeah.
At the sub price, that makes a lot more sense. I don't know.
There've been so many documentaries already. You know, Rewind This and all that. There's like two volumes of the VHS. What's it called? It's on Troma now. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I really admire all these people that are in the list, but I don't know if I give a shit what they think about video stores, you know?
Yeah.
like video stores were awesome, but they were also VHS.
Well, even then, I enjoy it, and I have nostalgia in it, but
yeah,
it to me, this would feel more like a special feature to something else.
Exactly. I don't know. I lived it, man. You know, I feel like Pee Wee Herman at the end of Pee Wee's Big Adventure, where they're like, "Aren't you going to stay and watch the movie?" And he's like, "I lived it."
And that's basically what's going on in the comments right now. Everybody's saying, "Yeah, I was a video store manager, so I had to buy this," and I get that. I feel like we should be getting a little more out of Enjoy the Ride on their releases, especially when you start comparing them to the other partners.
Yeah, I don't want to talk shit because I haven't watched any of these, but I haven't seen a single person say anything good about any of their releases for like a year. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough. Let's go to the next one. I don't like shitting on them for too long. Dark Star Pictures is putting out Attack of the Demons from 2019. This looks really interesting. So the year is 1994. For centuries, a demonic cult has been plotting the destruction of mankind. When a small Colorado town is overrun by a legion of mutating demons, 3 non-demon hunter friends must use every skill their minds can fathom to stave off the demon apocalypse. I had an interesting moment this week when this name right here, Andreas Peterson, who is the writer of the film as well, he follows on Twitter, and he was like, "It's surreal seeing you, an account that posts all these announcements, post about a movie that I wrote." And I am stoked to see this come out. Love that he loved that little bit of attention for a moment. I hope people check this out. It looks fantastic. I guess this dropped on, I want to say, Shudder for a little while, and it seemed to get pretty decent reviews. And so yeah, this has a lot of good stuff on it. We got an audio commentary from the director and Andreas on here, audio commentary from the editor in charge of Dread Central, Mary Beth McAndrews, and editor of Gaily Dreadful, Terry Mesnard. Comedy audio commentary from Scoff Tracks, Lucas Ton. Demons for Years, the making of this. There is some commercials with director introduction, a music video, proof of concept trailer. This looks like a pretty fun release.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out for sure.
Jeremy Long says, "Oh, this effing guy, Dr. Dodson."
Love you too, buddy.
Next up, another one of the fast-selling titles, which must be because of the sexuality of it or something. Debbie Does Demons, the Donald Farmer title, is getting released by Culture Shock, releasing this month. This is getting, this is from 2022, by the way. This is getting an intro to the film by Donald Farmer, interview with Jessa Flux, interview with Angel Bradford, behind the scenes special effects gallery, some teasers, trailers, and that's about it. And somehow the slipcover is already sold out.
How
do you feel about this?
I picked this one up. I can't remember if I got it before the slipcover sold out, though.
Is this a Will type of film?
I mean,
it's a very Wynorski film.
Looks like it might be. I'm getting slandered in the comments.
Yeah, just let it go. It's just Jeremy. He loves you. AGFA's release of the month is Dracula, the Dirty Old Man. Apologies for having to censor out the nippleage. This is from 1969, directed by William Edwards, 65-minute film, but it also has a bonus movie on here, Tales of a Salesman from 1965. Just standard type of AGFA release. They got all kinds of extras on here to load it up so you don't feel like you're getting shafted at all. But yeah.
Speaking of getting shafted, don't forget that the alternate cut is 69 minutes. So that's pretty nice.
We'll never change. Is it really 69 minutes? How did I miss that?
That's what it says right there.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, but it's only an SD.
And we love the SD.
I tried to set you up for that. That was perfect. All right, going to the next one. So many words that just feel gross tonight. Extra gross. Saturn's Core Audio and Video is giving us a hung jury from 1994. This is the slipcover on this, and this is amended from the original poster, which Ross shared on Facebook, and it's not much worse than this, but it's an interesting design.
I love that the description says it's the most elaborate SOV passion project.
Anything to sell SOV. From director Gary Whitson and Wave Productions. This is the island set whodunit slasher epic of mammoth proportions, boasting a huge principal cast, underwater videography, which is kind of rare for SOV, and exotic yacht and beachfront locations.
It looks great.
Tina Krause is in this. We got an audio commentary with the director, moderated by Ross from Saturn's Core. We got the alternate extended cut, which is 119 minutes long. We got an audio commentary with Richard Mogg, the author of Analog Nightmares, the shot-on-video horror films of 82 to 95. Wow. Then there's a bonus movie, The Perils of Penelope, Wave's infamous 92 ode to the old-time episodic serial cliffhangers, starring hung jury star Michelle Caparelletti. I think that's how you say that. And then there's a sequel short from 2008 starring Elizabeth Raven. That's 20 minutes long. Then they got a 28-page booklet in this featuring rare behind-the-scenes photos plus writings by Grace Lavera, Taylor Hyder, and filmmaker artist Carolyn Kopko, plus a foreword by the director.
You know, despite myself, I kind of want to see this.
I want to watch them all at least once.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it. I mean, with SOV films, I generally am interested in seeing them for all kinds of reasons, but rarely want to see them more than once. So that's just me.
Fully agree with Distorted Visions. Another one from Wave. Cool release. 2,000 slips for all these Wave titles feels like a bit much since the audience is very niche.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that I think is kind of getting on people's nerves a little bit, is you'll get one of these, like, not that anybody could see Debbie Does Demons from Saturn's Core suddenly selling out, or not Saturn's Core, sorry, Culture Shock selling out like crazy. But to give a shot on video like this, 2,000 slips, but something else that has a potential following, it's odd that they're getting only 1,000 slips on some of those. I don't know.
Business decisions.
Yeah.
I'm really bad at those.
What's going on, Key Ray? Let's go to the next one. This is probably
date night.
Speaking of awkward conversations, Irreversible got announced, coming from Altered Innocence.
AKA Jeremy's Comedy.
Jesus. So first off, the slipcover for this sold out in record time. This had 2,000 slipcovers, and those sold out very quickly. Good looking release. We obviously, this is an infamous title that we're going to talk about in just a minute.
Yeah.
This has a new 42-minute featurette revisiting the film 20 years later, and has interviews with Gaspar Noé, Monica Bellucci, Vincent Cassel, and some others. Video essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas that is called Time Destroys All Things. There is a behind the scenes of the special effects, 2 music videos by Daft Punk's Thomas Bangalter. I probably said that wrong. Directed by Gaspar Noé. And then the restoration trailer. They weren't super clear on this, but this does include the new straight cut as well, where it goes through the proper timing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've been reading about that, and that sounded really interesting. The way, or at least the review I read said that it really emphasized the shittiness of the dudes, of the boyfriend and the friend.
Yep.
Which I found interesting. God, wow, has it been 20 years since this came out?
Yes, sir.
God damn.
So Irreversible. How do you feel about it?
It's not fun to watch, you know. I'm going to have a conversation with Celeste here before too long about rape revenge films, and I'm sure that this one will come up in there, and it's a heavy topic. It's so hard to watch, and it's undeniably an artistic statement. I won't go so far as to call it a triumph. I don't think it's like a masterpiece or anything, but it certainly is a film that shakes you. And Irreversible is a film that I would never recommend to anybody, but I would discuss it with somebody who wanted to. Does that make sense? Just because, the film is very much about, to use a phrase that's unfortunately overused but needs to retain its potency, toxic masculinity and rape culture and patriarchal shit. It's important. But I hate that every time I'll watch a film that's a critique or a exploration of these things that involves so many scenes of brutality towards women. So it's hard to watch. I did pick up a copy of it to replace a DVD that I have, because it's something that I show some parts of, not the really rough parts in classes and whatnot. And Gaspar Noé is a undeniable talent and important filmmaker. So I respect this film. I don't enjoy it.
Well said. Yeah, enjoying this would say a lot about the viewer. In many different ways.
Jeremy in the comments.
I am glad to have seen this, and I unfortunately I would watch it again, because this is one of the most effective movies to evoke emotions in people. Not necessarily positive emotions, but it is a very interesting experiment in storytelling, with the gut punch that comes at the end of this after you've gone through everything. And that's one of the reasons why I'm very interested in seeing the straight cut and seeing how that feels. I there's so many people that have said the lingering assault scene in this is just exploitative and shouldn't be on screen and all that. And that's where, like, I know you said you wouldn't recommend this to anybody, but I almost feel like this should be almost required viewing for upcoming generations. Like, there's so many so many people that have because of the mindset of the internet culture that's led to like the incel uh, community, and how people are just so lacking of empathy. This is one of those things that if you watch a couple of these scenes from this movie and you feel nothing, or you enjoy the film, or you're giddy, we probably should have some other conversations. And it is such a depressing look into the life of somebody that gets just completely destroyed, and multiple lives. And one of the things that's odd is that you mentioned rape revenge. This, I don't think I've ever really thrown this at the rape revenge
No,
pile.
it doesn't really have the revenge part, but it's
Well, it's an interesting take because it has revenge, but it's not the female protagonist that we normally get the revenge from. It's other people on her behalf. But uh,
right.
it
Kind of like
again,
I mean, a promising young woman, for example, has that same kind of thing. Yeah, the revenge on behalf of is a sort of
different genre.
distinction, yeah, in the genre. But so I wouldn't discuss this as a rape revenge movie, but as a film that you talk about when you talk about these. But
This is another one, like Out of the Blue actually is another example of this, that I watch a movie and then there is something at the end that is so shocking and depressing that the moment the credits roll, I just want to sit there and kind of sink into the chair for a minute and
yeah,
be in my own feelings. And yeah, this goes in so many different ways that you're just not ready for it. And if you've never seen the film, it's very depressing until the end. And then the end happens and you're like, oh, Jesus Christ, this is so much worse.
yeah,
Anyways, Irreversible is, I mean, it truly is an amazing film. And if you've never seen it and you live in the States, this is the best way to watch it. I can understand not picking this up if you have the Indicator release, because that was a stupendous release. Uh, yeah, but this is the first great release of this in HD
yeah,
in Region A.
yeah. And it feels strange to say, but it's a terrific looking film. So
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's go on from there to the giant penis movie.
Wow. To the to Jeremy Long's autobiography.
Whew. These are some rough transitions. Music Box Films. We just talked about them earlier with that documentary. They're putting out Please Baby Please from 2022. Suze, played by Andrea Riseborough, and Arthur are an outwardly traditional bohemian couple living on the Lower East Side. After encountering a gang of violent leather-clad greasers known as the Young Gents, the pair discover previously unexplored desires and begin to question the confines of gender, monogamy, and the sexual status quo. Colorful, musical, and witty, filmmaker Amanda Kramer's visionary riff on the 50s masculinity plays like a high camp emission from your wildest dreams. Emission. So this has a new audio commentary by the director Amanda Kramer and a couple of the actors. We get a cast and crew Q&A from the LA premiere, deleted scenes and outtakes, some short films from Amanda Kramer. There is the Alamo Drafthouse no talking PSA, which I kind of want to rip onto my computer and to use on some other things. And then there's the original mood boards, isolated score and sound design, theatrical trailer, and all that fun stuff. I've heard this is fantastic, and I had to get this. Anything from you on this?
I'm into it.
All right. Terry says the trailer of Please Baby Please was a good watch. Quite curious about this. Stan watched the opening of this and says it's wild.
Cool.
Next up is one that Will is going to be very excited about, so he will wake up for this one. The Saragossa manuscript from 1965. Tell us why it's a masterpiece.
Because Scorsese says so.
Okay, next one.
No, it's beautiful. It's really strange and gorgeous and complex. And I had some old DVD of it that that I'm really excited to say that I've put in the for sale pile. I'm excited about this one. Yeah.
Will actually mentioned this title last month when Yellow Veil announced a title from the same director and got super excited. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we were able to get this call back just a month later.
I completely forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, dude. Saragossa manuscript.
Yellow Veil out of nowhere releasing some like 60-year-old really important films that are they Czech, I think? Is it Czech or Polish?
That's Polish.
Polish, got it. So yeah, these are kind of a big deal, and if I remember right, are they part of like a trilogy of sorts, or is I feel like there's another related film to the two that they've announced so far. I wonder if Yellow Veil will also be doing another one.
Yeah, I don't know. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't know much about the history of this film other than I saw the old beat up DVD that I told you about like years and years ago. But now I feel like I'm gonna get to see it like for real. So
yeah,
I'm pretty excited.
I can't wait. I still, by the way, I've had a couple of people ask me about this, the saga of my Vinegar Syndrome. I still haven't gotten my April titles. They sent me a shipping notice and then it never left the warehouse. So they had to replace it. And I just got that second shipment today. So I'm very curious to see that first one that they are putting out as well. Deaf Crocodile, though, giving us another wonderful Patushko film. This is The Tale of Tsar Sultan from '67. And here is the front and back of the slip. Looks really good. This is based on a famous fairy tale in verse by Alexander Pushkin. The Tale of Tsar Sultan is one of director Alexander Patushko's most sublime creations, a ravishingly beautiful fantasy about love, magic, betrayal, and abandoned family. This gets a new hour-long video interview with legendary visual effects artist and film historian Robert Skotak, who is the Academy Award winner for Best Visual Effects for Aliens and Terminator 2. And he is discussing Alexander Patushko and the history of Soviet Fantastica filmmaking, moderated by Dennis from Deaf Crocodile. There's a new commentary track by comics artist, film historian, and author Stephen R. Bissett, new essay by Peter Rolberg, and a Blu-ray authoring by David Mackenzie of Fidelity in Motion with new art by Tony Stella. Solid, damn looking release. And Will left.
No, I can't. Somebody started banging on my door. I'm living in I live in a residence hall, and it's the last days of school for the semester. Everybody's moving out. Somebody just started banging on my door, asking where they could return their key. I'm like, not fucking here. So glad I made it back. Sorry about that.
You're good. Anything about Tale of Tsar Sultan, or should I go to the next one?
Oh, super excited about this, man. Like, oh yeah, I've never seen it. Don't know much about it other than what I've read, and other stuff that. And apparently, according to Stan, Bob Skotak worked on Invaders from Mars, so it's a must. But yeah, this is a real blind spot to me. All these like fantasy and historical films coming out of, so I'm stoked.
All right, let's get a move on some of these. The Film Desk, one of the newer partner labels, is putting out Trouble Every Day from 2001. And this is a Claire Denis film with Vincent Gallo in it. And a lot of people complaining about the artwork on the back of this slip just being bland. Hilarious thing to care about in the grand scheme of things. We got an
blue dong on it, and it'll be all right.
We got an audio commentary by Alexander Heller Nicholas on this, a video essay by Zach Clark, and supposedly this is a must. I've never seen this. Have you seen Trouble Every Day?
Yeah, it's good. That was a instant for me. That was the first thing I got.
Yeah. This is supposedly a masterpiece, and a lot of people are happy with it.
Beatrice Dahl, man. She's she's a
doll.
She's mythic. she's the French Firuza Balk.
Nice. Very nice. Going to the next one. Factory 25 giving us Young Bodies Heal Quickly from 2014. And this is the slip on this one. Two young brothers drift aimlessly through their summer until involved in an accidental death of a young woman. With few options, the duo flees arrest across the state lines in search of refuge. With a tendency to exacerbate even the calmest of situations, the eldest brother gets them booted from each and every hideout, resigning the youngest to follow him into car chases, knife fights with French chefs, and finally a Vietnam War reenactment with their estranged father. At turns poetic, funny, and poignant, Andrew T. Betzer's feature debut is the epitome of an American primitivist film shot on lush 16 millimeter in 2014. This quietly mesmerizing story sees the brothers transition from boys to men, though not through responsibility, but rather an absorption of the world, both good and bad, around them. We got a director's commentary on this, deleted and extended scenes, 5 short films. We got a trailer and then a 32-page booklet. Lots of stuff on this disc.
Wow. Yeah, I know nothing. I have no opinion. But I'm interested in seeing that. That sounds like a story, you know?
All right. Then Vinegar Syndrome had some books up. We got Film as a Subversive Art. We've got Facing Blackness, Diary of a Film, and then they also had from Enjoy the Ride the 28, the Biohazard vinyl soundtrack. Some of these books sold out very quickly, but Justin La Liberty said on Facebook they will be getting them back in stock even later this month, possibly.
Yeah, these are some classic titles. I'd love to know the backstory there, and also to maybe push some of my work towards them.
All right.
Yeah. Do you know any background? Like where'd this come from all of a sudden?
The books?
Yeah.
The Film Desk had released them, and they are putting those out. So with the Film Desk, they have access to a lot of stuff. I would not be surprised if we keep seeing more and more like this.
I'll send them an email.
Nice. Last release from OCN, Umbrella is giving us Spirits of the Air, Gremlins of the Clouds from 1988. They had also released this previously, just like all of their other titles so far, in Australia. And this is one I've not been able to get to yet, but is supposed to be great. The disc is the same, so if you happen to have that Umbrella disc, you don't necessarily need this. But if you just want that OCN slip, that's on you. Have you seen this one?
No, and I've been meaning to kind of revisit Alex Proyas because I've seen The Crow a million times, and sometimes when I watch it, I'm like, man, this could have been so much better. And then sometimes I watch it and I'm like, oh, it's amazing. And I went to see Dark City in the theater and was really excited about it, and came out disappointed, but wondering why I was. So like, I really want to watch that again, 20 some years later. I never saw iRobot for all kinds of reasons. But he's a filmmaker that's got this incredible visual style, and I really want to warm up to the storytelling. And so I like the idea of having an opportunity to start earlier in his career. So this is one that I'm kind of definite on.
And I got to be honest, this slipcover is really intriguing.
Yeah.
Not that I'm into rebuying this just for the slip necessarily, but it is a incredible art piece.
Yeah. So I was really excited to see this one because I hadn't seen the film before, and to have this particular opportunity as the first view is pretty exciting.
Tony, who is an Australian, says it's quite a good debut from Alex Proyas.
Well, that's a good enough endorsement for me.
Nice. Moving right along. Okay, so Diabolic is hosting a Blue Underground sale. Yeah. This is going on until the end of the month. Sale prices are only good during this time, of course. And if you're buying something, you don't go back and say, "Hey, I bought this before this sale. Can I have a discount?" Yeah, lots of Blue Underground sales lately. Lots of Arrow sales lately.
Yeah, look, I know you've talked about this a million times on the channel. Blue Underground's 4Ks are top of the line without exception. So get them. The only 4K release they've put out that I don't have yet is the new Quiet Days and Clichy. So I'm taking a look at that. But every one that I've picked up has been like a revelation.
It truly is, especially if you've seen the films like a handful of times before and
Yeah.
you're familiar with what they're supposed to look like. I know it sounds weird if you've seen Zombie once and you go, "Why does Zombie need a 4K?" And then you watch Zombie on 4K and you go,
Yeah.
"This is a completely different film."
Yeah. It looks amazing. And House by the Cemetery looks great. I mean, well, they all do. God told me to. Every Blue Underground 4K is worth it.
100%. Oh, I didn't realize this was next. So yeah, like I alluded to earlier, interview went up this week with Justin Beam of Reverend Entertainment. If you've not heard that name before, I might suggest, like, normally I don't push for, hey, everybody should watch these interviews. This is one that I genuinely proud of. The amount of stuff that his hands have been on it's mystifying. He
Phrasing.
has, what's that?
Phrasing.
Sorry. So he is an active part of TerrorVision now. He works with Brad and Ryan down there. He does a lot of stuff for Paramount, the studio themselves, for like Paramount Presents. The recent 4K release of that random Craven film that everybody was like, "Oh, we're getting a Wes Craven. Oh, it's this one on 4K." But we just
Which one? Red Eye?
Yeah, Red Eye.
Hell yeah!
I love Red Eye. Anyways, he did all of the special features for that. He has done like the Child's Play that I alluded to. He's done a whole bunch for Scream Factory. He's done some Vinegar Syndrome stuff. He did Haunt for Ronin Flicks. He is like all encompassing for special features, and he knows his stuff, and he tells some amazing stories. So this, if you haven't listened to a lot of my interviews, this might be one that I really recommend over some of the others. Really proud of this one.
Your interviews are great. I haven't listened to this yet, but I got a tab open. And there's one about this guy who wrote a book about Toby Hooper that hasn't been viewed a whole lot.
That's true.
But no, like for real, your interviews are awesome. I can't wait to see this.
I appreciate it. You of all people, you're going to love this one. Knowing what you like to listen to, this is going to be one of your favorites.
Yeah.
Speaking of favorites, let's discuss this. So Radiance announced that they're putting out Messiah of Evil from 1973. And this is going to be like a definitive copy of this. It's not a 4K, which pissed a bunch of people off, but it shouldn't. This is a astounding looking release. So this gets a brand new 2023 restoration from a 4K scan of the best surviving elements of the film from the Academy Film Archive. We got an audio commentary by Kim Newman and Stephen Thrower on this. Archival interview with the co-writer director Willard Huyck by Mike White from the Projection Booth podcast. New documentary on the film. They're going to be explaining more of that later because this doesn't release until October of this year. This was like a big surprise reveal for them. There's a visual essay on the American Gothic by Kat Ellinger, which is going to be great. This has a reversible sleeve featuring the original and new commissioned artwork. There's going to be an 80-page booklet featuring new and archival writing, limited to 3,000, and this is going to be available in the US, UK, and Canada. But look at that release. Like, this looks incredible.
Yeah. So I've never seen the film. I've read about it and wanted to see it. What?
This seems like Will should have seen this like 40 times by now.
Well, I've been watching all these Busby Berkeley movies.
Why?
I just haven't seen it. Don't be mad.
No, I'm not shaming at all. I haven't seen most films.
No, I'm kidding. So here's what I did, though. When I went to Asheville to Orbit DVD for the first time, I sold a shit ton of out-of-print DVDs and got some store credit, and I ordered a whole bunch of movies. One of which is Messiah of Evil, and now I've just discovered that I'm not getting my shipment until October. I got like I got like the Drowning by Numbers 4K and the scenes and OC and Sticks and Long Voyage Home. So it's all this stuff that I don't have to wait till October to see. But that's cool. Worth it.
So Sibner says, go into the actual packaging here. It says limited edition of 3,000 copies presented in rigid box and full height Scanovo packaging with removable OBI strip. So basically, it's going to be a hard box release that will fit one of their regular Blu-ray cases. So it's just explaining that it will be able to go in there. And yeah, Scanovo. That's the term you're trying to think of. Sibner. It's just a regular case that they use, but it's the actual, if I remember right, it's the actual brand that puts out that specific case. Indicator uses them as well for their limited editions. And yeah, it's just the same style of case. It's just saying that it's like an Aero limited box. It's going to be the hard box, the booklet, and the case all encompassing in there.
It's a hard, tight box.
Okay.
Insert your own punchline.
Insert something.
No!
May 30th, Universal is releasing Inside from this year. This is the story of Willem Dafoe playing Nemo, an art thief trapped in a New York penthouse after his heist doesn't go as planned. And I really want to see this. Willem Dafoe is always amazing.
Most of the time, yeah. What's the inside of?
A penthouse.
Oh man, I always wanted to get one of those. You know what I want to do? I don't like bucket lists because they make me think of death. But what I'd like to do is to stand at the window of a top floor penthouse looking out over the city, and it can be a mid-sized city. I don't care, Midwest even. I can Kansas City.
There's not many penthouses in Kansas City.
The 5th floor penthouse. And I want to look out over the skyline with a glass of scotch in my satin robe and contemplate my plans. I've always wanted to do that.
I will try to find you a penthouse to be able to live this.
You know what I'm talking about? Can you picture it? You're in your
of course
robe and you got your bourbon or your scotch and you're looking out the window. He's facing the wrong way, but that's close to what I want. But at nighttime,
I completely get that.
That's what I want.
June 13th, Sony is giving us The Pope's Exorcist with Russell Crowe. This is one I seem to get like really mixed reviews. Some people really surprised by how much they like this. Other people think it's just schlocky nothingness. So I don't know.
I saw a supercut of like the scooter scenes. Like apparently there's a preponderance of the priest on a scooter, and it was really funny, and it kind of made me want to see the movie because there's so much scootering. But I don't know if there's actually that much scootering, or if it was like somebody took a couple scenes and elongated them, or whatever.
That would be funny. Carrying on, another modern one, Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves is getting a 4K release on May 30th. Honestly, a little surprised this is getting a 4K release because I know that like the audience reaction to this has been pretty great, but this is one that you think the studio would have kind of just let languish on Blu-ray like they're doing with some other releases.
So I took my 10-year-old daughter to see this, and I'm still scarred by the first movie from 2000 or 2001, whatever. But I enjoyed the direct-to-video Dungeons & Dragons Wrath of the Dragon God or whatever it's called. I loved this.
Nice.
The reviews are right. It totally gets the pacing and tone of an actual D&D campaign. What a bold choice to make a bard the central character. Like that's never happened in the history of the game. Um, yeah, this was so much fun, and the Easter eggs. I won't spoil any of them for people who haven't seen them. But if you were if you were a D&D player in the 80s and 90s, you should not be disappointed. This was no Marlon Wayans, no sale. All right. Well, but yeah, I couldn't believe how much I like. It's 2.5 hours long, and as we were leaving, I was like, I could have gone another half hour. We could have gone Lawrence of Arabia on this. Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard some people that really love D&D have said things like, with how good this turned out, I hope that somebody at the studio is smart enough to say we should make more of these with completely different D&D stories. So it's not like it's not a sequel. It's just more campaigns, basically.
That's exactly what they should do.
Interesting.
So of course they won't.
Of course not. Going to the next one, Redwood Creek Films. This is a company that is giving an Indiegogo campaign for By the Law from 1926 or 29, one of the two. I don't know how I have 1929. Maybe that's a IMDb release date. But this is getting released on Blu-ray if you back this campaign. The hard part, which makes me kind of hesitant to say everybody jump on this, they're giving BDRs, and I know that's not always a bad thing, but it seems like if you're going to go all in on something like this, you would probably want to press the disc and do it appropriately. The hard part, I'm sure they just simply don't have any money, and it's the campaigns are here to fund the restoration, and that's it. There's probably nothing left over.
Yeah.
And they've done 2 or 3 of these by now, and people get them. It's not like they're here to rip anybody off. You're actually getting the Blu-ray if you do back this campaign. But it's interesting. I'd be curious to see if somebody else could partner with them in the future to put out a better release of what they're doing. Because I imagine they could do some great special features on some of these too.
I backed The Magician. And something else. I think it was on GoFundMe then, wasn't it? I don't know. I'm looking at this one and like I really want to see the film and I want to support it. $60, man. I just don't have it right now.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Obviously, it's a bit pricey for one film, but again, you are funding the actual restoration.
Right. Like if I'm able to, I'm going to jump in on it because I enjoyed. I've gotten my copy of The Magician, and it is a BDR, but it looks great, so I'm okay with it. I mean, I prefer something like Amazing and Boutique, but that's just not.
Well, we're going to talk about some of those crappy releases in just a minute more, and not that this is a crappy release, but studios still doing that crap. We'll get into that in a minute. June 13th, Grasshopper Films is releasing Cramps and the Mutants, the Napa State tapes. This is just legendary type of release. So June 13th, 1978, the soon-to-be legendary rock band went to play Napa State, a psychiatric hospital in the small town of Napa, Northern California. Opening for them was the Mutants, an eclectic septet of art school punks from nearby San Francisco. Also in the van was seminal Bay Area art collective Target Video. There to capture the show using one of the first video cameras available to the public, democratizing a medium controlled by mainstream media outlets. What resulted may be the most unique punk show ever, as the two bands played for the residents at the hospital, a rehab facility that was skimming the danger of being shut down by former California Governor Ronald Reagan. They're putting out a big package for this, and the Blu-ray includes remastered The Cramps at Napa State, The Mutants at Napa State, which was unreleased until this moment, and then a documentary by Jason Willis and Mike Plant called We Were There to Be There. There's a mixtape on this, complete and remastered tapes of the performances, a short doc about the band, some photos, history stuff. But then there's this deluxe edition, which also includes a 108-page book of color photos from the 70s Bay Area punk scene, which is really fascinating. One handmade silkscreen poster for We Were There to Be There, designed by Jason Willis and hand printed. 30 trading cards of the people involved in the Napa State Show with photos, and then one Xeroxed zine of the Target video story. And that big package, LOL, only has 150 copies total. But I mean, this is a really, really neat release.
And I've seen that the DVD release of it, and there's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do to make it look and sound better, but it's still super compelling. I mean,
right.
The show was amazing, and all those extras are really compelling. I mean, Poison Ivy and Lux Interior are at their sexiest in this at this stage of their careers, and I just, oh man, I want this so bad.
And honestly, for everything you're getting, this giant limited edition set that they're doing,
yeah,
it's $85.
Yeah, it's like it's way cheaper than all of the box sets we've been talking about tonight.
Yeah. Which is still a lot of money, and I need like a 14th mortgage.
I mean, it's definitely more than a ticket to see the Cramps has ever cost. And I say that as a compliment to the Cramps, who kept it real forever. Yeah.
Well stated. Next up, June 13th from Cult Epics, which we don't talk about enough. A Question of Silence from 1982 is getting a solid release from them. 3 women, strangers with no premeditated thoughts, kill a male shopkeeper in the middle of the day. A female psychiatrist is assigned to the case to find out why. This provocative, radical acclaimed thriller and drama was a hit both in Holland and abroad when it was released in theaters, and is a feminist classic today, directed by Marlene Goris of the Oscar-winning Antonia's Line. This is a new 2K HD transfer and restoration. Audio commentary by Patricia Peasters. Interview with the director, interview with an actress, Cox Habema. Polygoon Journal newsreel is in this, promotional gallery. And then if you go and order it from the Cult Epic site, there is a reproduced English promo brochure limited to the first 100 releases.
This is no question. No, there's no question of silence here. This is a must-have. I mean, Cult Epics is an amazing label, and the films they choose to preserve are almost always fantastic. And did you talk about their Tinto Brass campaign yet?
Yep.
Okay, I haven't. Was that in the marathon last week?
No, I think that was a week or two before. I think it was the second week of April.
Oh shit! Well, I'm sorry I missed that. Then I'll go back and check, because I don't know if you know, I'm a big Tinto Brass guy, but I think we've talked about it before.
Yep.
But anyway, this is a film that I've read about, never seen. Couldn't be happier that this is happening. They're, they release very few films, but they're always top-notch releases. So, can't wait.
Yeah, Cult Epics is one of those companies that when they choose to do something, they choose to do it right, and everything that they put into it is solid. They get some decent bonus features. The choices that they make on what they're putting out is usually really, really smart, but also they're important. There's something that they're putting like actual stock into.
I choose them.
The hard part, and I haven't checked in a long time, but the last time they had, I think they had like an end of the year sale, and it was only on their website, which they don't really advertise a lot for their website stuff. But if you were to go on their website and you say, I think one of the releases people were looking for back then was the Angst Blu-ray that was really popular for them. If you went on there and clicked on the title and you clicked on Buy It Now, during a sale, it loaded into a PayPal screen with that one title to check out. There was no cart system whatsoever.
I remember that. Yeah, that was a problem.
I have a feeling that it's probably still exactly like that, because I don't think their site has changed at all. Next up,
Proceed with caution.
This is where we start seeing some more of the Vinegar Syndrome ties to Wicked Vision. Coming soon from Wicked Vision in a media book in Germany is the film Punk Vacation from 1990. This is going to be the European high def premiere. Yeah, Punk Vacation.
Yeah.
Going to the next one. Another Wicked Vision release. They are giving, as part of the Black Cinema Collection Volume 3, Blackula and Scream Blackula Scream, which is misspelled there. This is part 2 will be a German high def premiere for them. Both films will be presented by them in a media book together, and that will be in 2024. Super early announcement, but yeah, Blackula.
Love Blackula. A truly great film. One that does not get recognized for its seriousness. You know, it was marketed as a silly movie. It's got some silly elements, but it is a gritty film. It is a really important statement. And an early film in the kind of black cinema movement that coming out of the blaxploitation cycle and into the LA Rebellion. William Crane was a little bit older than the LA Rebellion filmmakers, but he was kind of connected with the movement there. And yeah, I showed this film this semester in my occult films class, and people, thought they were going to get, Dracula's soul brother, but and then when they got the actual film, they were like, "Oh shit, this is for real. This is saying something." Yeah.
For those that have not seen this yet, and I know that in the US at least right now it's a little difficult because the Scream Factory double feature has been out of print for a while. William Marshall is stupendous in this. He puts on like this large performance that is just resonating in every scene that he's a part of. He is intimidating in this. Another Vinegar Syndrome title, Wicked Vision is putting out Creature from 1985 in a media book. This is going to have extensive bonus features, likely most of what was on the Vinegar Syndrome release. But this is coming soon from Wicked Vision. They're also doing Sweet Sugar, and that will be a European high def premiere. That's a pretty big deal for them. Another media book, Cape Light, is doing a 4K media book in Germany of War Games. No date on that yet, but that should be coming out fairly soon, probably before the end of this year. Cape Light is also doing the Thomas Crown Affair and the remake from 1999, both together in one media book. This one is odd because they did not say where this was being released. Not sure if this is a German release or somewhere else. We'll probably hear more about that when we get an actual announcement. But
that title means like Thomas Crown is not going to be caught.
Yep.
Okay.
I believe that's exactly what it is there.
That's cool. I like that.
I don't know how a fair turned to that, but yeah.
Okay.
This is one that a lot of people were shocked by. Cape Light is doing a media book exclusively in the UK later this year for the Garbage Pail Kids movie. This is going to have a 24-page booklet in it. Again, another out-of-print title in the US that is going over to the UK. And at the time, if there is still no US release, this might still sell pretty well to some US people that wanted this movie.
The younger Aston Mackenzie. I remember this movie and wanting it to be a little better than it was, but it's still worth a watch.
There's some decent practical stuff in this.
Oh, yeah. You know what I would like to see is a Mad Balls movie. You remember the Mad Balls?
I don't.
Oh, I'll send you a link.
Okay. I'll look forward to it. Cape Light, a lot of Cape Light information. In the U.S. is releasing a media book of Flesh and Blood, the Paul Verhoeven film. This is going to have a 24-page booklet. It's a U.S. exclusive. It's not an upgrade to 4K or anything, but they have not announced any more information on this. Supposedly there might be some sort of upgrade coming. Justin LaLiberty was giving some information, like he might have heard something on Facebook. So we'll see what happens with this.
I literally just got the Region B Blu-ray.
Of course.
Well, okay. Yeah, that's great. Great film.
Yeah, and this is coming this winter, so it'll be either late this year or early next year. Another Cape Light release. They're releasing the Roundup No Way Out in a media book. Another one where they didn't say where they're releasing, and it's kind of hard to judge when they're working out of a few different countries nowadays. This is the Don Lee film from 2023 that a lot of people loved. He is a really great actor.
It's pretty good.
Next up.
I haven't seen this though.
Just a little indie film here. September 4th on 4K in the UK. Studio Canal is releasing The Wicker Man. So to get into some things here, first off, they're kind of being a little cagey with the details. This is a 5-disc release. 2 of those are 4K UHD discs. The other 3 are Blu-rays that will likely be Region B locked. This has all 3 cuts of the film restored in 4K, but I'm not sure if all 3 cuts of the film are going to be in 4K on 4K discs. They still have not actually said that yet. There is some special features on here, including some new stuff, including location featurettes, Schaefer and Hardy, Robin Hardy's original script, interview with Britt Eklund. We got 3 postcards from Summer Isle, 2 posters, including the original theatrical artwork, and this gorgeous new artwork that they had created for this, a 64-page booklet featuring brand new essays. But it's a little pricey, like £60 on Amazon UK to order right now. You can order it for $80 from Orbit and Diabolic. They both sold out of their allotments yesterday, and then they reopened more. As far as I was aware, last I checked, they were both still open. But $80 when last year people already bought that super expensive imprint Wicker Man release. I feel like a lot of people are pissed off about this. Give me your thoughts, Will.
I wouldn't say I'm pissed off. Like if you don't have the imprint release, then get this. But I have the imprint release and I'm done. I'm done.
It's a huge release.
I like the imprint release. And okay, I imagine the 4Ks will look better. But I just, God damn it. Yeah, and as FilmNut 79 points out, the imprint box presentation is just, I can't do it. I can't do it anymore.
And then after all that, they also revealed that there is a steelbook coming of this as well.
What the? Well, that's not even, that's culturally, like that doesn't even make sense. A wicker box. Where's Severin when you need him?
Or Anchor Bay.
Yeah. Anchor Bay.
So this is a UK release, and Studio Canal has an active relationship with Shout Factory. They have an active relationship with Criterion. They have an active relationship with a handful of labels. Studio Canal could technically release this. I'm curious to see if this might be coming in the States too. A lot of people are jumping on this already just because, oh my God, 4K Wicker Man, which I get, I understand, but also it's the Wicker Man. This is just like The Evil Dead, just like Halloween. This has been released over and over and over again in basically every single geographical area. I'm willing to bet this is going to get a UHD release in the States.
Oh, yeah, no question.
And most likely, there will be a standard release that you could just buy really cheap and put that 4K disc in your imprint release.
I'm
So
not, I'm not going to just sully my imprint release. They'll sit side by side. There's not going to be any foreign insertions.
what is with this tonight? There's so many dollops. We are still far from done. You can order a Best Buy exclusive 4K steelbook of National Lampoon's Vacation from 1983. Yeah, that's available now.
All right. I'm not afraid of controversy. I don't really like the vacation movies. I like Christmas Vacation, all right, but
I kind of prefer Vegas Vacation to this by like a lot.
what?
Yeah.
Well, that's fucking crazy, man. Like, all right, commenters go after Ryan for that one.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't love all of them either, but I think I just watched Vacation more.
That makes sense.
Or Vegas Vacation more than Vacation.
Well, I guess you're the right age because you were a teenager when that came out, right?
No, I don't think so. What year was Vegas Vacation?
Well, it was out when I was in college, so I was a teenager, and you're younger than I am.
I was 10 years old when Vegas Vacation was released, so that's perfect.
Fuck you, Ryan. 10 years old. Oh my god. I'm an old man.
It's true.
Well, of course you liked it. You were 10.
You weren't that much older. You were 19.
Well, I was old enough to know that it wasn't the best vacation movie.
I didn't know any better. Give me a break.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not blaming you for your youth.
Tony says, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Will. Dead Sea Life said, I'm a kid. Wow. Vegas Vacation was on HBO all the time. I watched it so many damn times.
First of all, I want to highlight Dead Sea Life. Will prefers Vacation Resurrection. That's funny. Nice. Do you want to know what disappointed me about Vegas Vacation? And this is well, this is probably only gonna be funny to me. I got disappointed in Vegas Vacation when it turned out that Chevy Chase's job was making chemicals for food, like stuff that's going to kill you. Because then all of a sudden I was like, well, I don't want you to have a bonus. Like the whole series turned for me. I was like, this guy's evil.
Suddenly he's the villain.
Yeah, exactly.
Nick Papagiorgio is iconic. Sibner says Ryan is one kid sitting on another's shoulders wearing a trench coat. Either way, those would be two very tall kids. Let's move on to some gorgeous looking releases from Radiance again. They are releasing A Moment of Romance from 1990 on August 21st in the US, UK, and Canada. This is beautiful art, first of all, but a stunning release. Small-time hood Wadi is enlisted by Triad boss Trumpet as a getaway driver for a daring heist that goes wrong. Thinking Fast D takes Jojo hostage to save his skin, but the bosses order her to be killed. They escape and begin a forbidden relationship while being chased by both sides of the law. Produced by Johnny Toe and Ringo Lam, the film is sensationally directed by Benny Chan in his feature debut, with a breakneck pace and violence reminiscent of Toe and Takashi Miike, and the beautiful and emotive sensibility of Wong Kar-wai. The film features stunning performances from Lau and Wu in her debut work. A Moment of Romance is a classic of Hong Kong cinema that has been much imitated, but rarely bettered.
Okay, hold on a second. I want to see this movie. I want to see this movie. I think it looks great. I love the artwork. I love the packaging. And I know that Radiance is trying to sell their films. But you're going to tell me that anybody's first movie combines the pace, violence, and beautiful and emotive sensibility of Johnny To, Takashi Miike, and Wong Kar-wai, well,
You
this
have to see that.
this must be the Citizen Kane of Hong Kong films. I don't know. Don't set these expectations too high now. I definitely want to see it, but man, that's some hyperbole right there.
Reading in Hong Kong Film Appreciation Society groups on Facebook from Will Gish, who was on the channel earlier this year. All of the reactions basically state that it is an accurate description. Like, this is, for all intents and purposes, a debut masterpiece.
So Facebook says it's accurate.
Not just Facebook, but Mark Zuckerberg's robot clone himself says that this is a masterpiece.
Well, well, all right. Hey, look,
Yes.
you know what? I'm sold.
Sold. That's good. And I'm very grateful for the Truth Social says it's amazing, says Siviner. I gotta admit, the fact that we're taking recommendations from Chat STD or whatever it is, like, this is it, for people for people that love this and have followed this for a long time. This appears to be a very exciting release, and it's a massive blind spot. Again, a lot of these Asian films that were huge in the 90s and early 2000s, they just have never had great releases. And the fact that Radiance, of all companies, is jumping into this is very exciting.
No, I'm 100% on it. Don't take my suspicion of the ballyhoo as any indication that this shouldn't be seen. This is day one for me for sure.
I am supremely jealous of everybody that was able to subscribe to the first 3 years of Radiance. I wish I could have plopped down that much money out of nowhere.
Were you going to plop a dollop?
We never talk about extras, so this has an archival audio interview with Benny Chan, who discusses his start in the industry, and that's 21 minutes long.
That can be the name of our new metal band.
Plop a dollop. Oh man, it sounds more like a folk band.
We can open up for Blink 182.
We've got In Love and Danger, Hong Kong Cinema Through a Moment of Romance, new visual essay by critic and Asian cinema expert David Desser on the genre tropes, and audio commentary by Frank Zhang, newly translated Subs by Dylan Chung, and then reversible artwork and all the same stuff. And then on top of that, of course, we got a nice booklet with new writing on the iconic cast and crew. And again, this just looks like a stunning release.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Hey, listen, you need P-Man?
No.
You want to do the next one solo?
Where did that come from?
DC Ibner.
I'm very curious. Is that just because I drink so much water? I want to point out that last week I did a 6-hour show without peeing.
That's not healthy, dude.
It's not, and I drink a lot of water. We got one more from Radiance, and this one is a box set.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this one.
I kind of figured you would be. And I am lucky enough to be not lucky, I guess fortunate enough to be in the Radiance Discord. And Simner said I've been chugging that water this whole time. Not true. I actually chugged another one first before I started this one. So in the Radiance Discord, he did explain that he is possibly going to have more of these Commedia all'Italiana box sets coming, featuring other directors. This first one...
Did you say chlamydia? What did you say?
Chlamydia alla Latvia.
That makes more sense.
A la Latvia. That was the worst grammatical error. Anyways.
Two things I know for sure I'm going to get when I go to Italy.
Chlamydia and Latvian food. So this is 3 films by Dino Risi. but there are potentially other sets going to be coming for this. We got 2016 4K restoration of Il Sorpasso carried out by Ritrovata, presented in HD on Blu-ray for the first time in the UK. HD digital transfers of the other two films that are world premieres on Blu-ray. Now, not to rain on the parade of this release, I did want to point out that there are some things that have cropped up on the Blu-ray.com forums, and I will admit now they're a very toxic place. Sometimes I do venture out into the dangerous world. A lot of people are noticing that the restorations that are coming out of Ritrovata are very yellowed. And so some people are worried that if this restoration comes from here, it's going to be a very yellowed release. So something to look out for.
I feel like when you talk about rain and yellow, that you're trying to tell us something, Ryan. And listen, if you need me to take over for a minute while you run off for a second, I got you.
No, this is not a chair. I'm sitting on a full-on
idiocracy toilet.
It's a chamber pot right here.
Listen, man, I just don't want you to go chasing waterfalls.
What's funny is I never indicated I needed to do anything. Seriously, I'm a large man, and I just have the bladder that's like the size of a car seat.
I'm the same size as you, and I've peed 3 times on this broadcast.
Are you as tall as me?
I'm 6'4".
No, I'm way taller than you at 6'5". Oh man, this chat is hydraulically powered.
I'll go back to Vegas Vacation where he's putting his fingers in the dam.
Oh wow. Okay, so this is limited to 3,000 copies. We've got
go ahead.
Appreciation of the film by expert Richard. Okay, so there's all kinds of extras on this. Lots of appreciations, interviews, documentaries on the working relationship between Vittorio Gassman and Dino Risi. Lot of people involved in this. Kat Ellinger is doing a visual essay on The Widower, which is El Vedovo, and just a solid looking release. A lot of films that people are excited about. Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for this. We were talking about Fulci before. The comedies and the westerns and the horror films. These movies were subsidizing the art cinema of Fellini and Antonioni and all those guys. So anytime we can kind of get into the popular cinema of Italy, we get to see a lot of cool underseen stuff. Dino Risi, super good director, and not a lot of people know who he is. So this is great.
I just realized we're 3 hours and 15 minutes into this and still nowhere near done.
Oh, really?
Really?
Man, I gotta pee. I'm gonna have
to... Oh, after all that. Oh, I love it.
No, not even near?
I mean, kind of. This was this morning, but there's still like 12 or 13 things to talk about at least.
All right.
So Umbrella in Australia, of course, is giving us what appears to be the definitive release of Razorback from 1984. At last. This is going to be on 4K, and as Umbrella has been doing over the last like 6 months or so, they're going all out with this giant bundle. You've got a 4K and Blu-ray disc, custom designed 7-centimeter action figure of the Razorback, which I got to admit, I think I have a picture of it, is really cool. I love the way they're doing this. We've got custom designed Razorback retro t-shirts, which is nice. Here it is. Full 1981 original 378-page novel that the movie was based on. There's 48 pages of behind the scenes experiences and art, custom designed outer rigid slipcase, 8 replica lobby cards, custom designed slipcase, reversible poster, and so on and so on. There's a new audio commentary on this, and then a whole bunch of archival stuff. I had quite a few people raise their hand and be like, well, why did Scream Factory put this out? And now I kind of want a refund. This might have been why Scream Factory was only allowed to do what they were, because this most likely has been in the works for some time. This is not this is not something that can be done quickly. Silent Mandible says, I watched Boar somewhat recently and found it meh. Is this better? Razorback is a masterpiece.
Yes, I saw Boar recently too, and it is meh is the right review. Razorback is much, much better.
Yeah, Razorback is great. Have you got any of the giant bundles from Umbrella? I feel like you got Martyrs, right?
Martyrs, that's it. That's the only big bundle I got. Oh
yeah,
I got a Straight Story. Oh no, but it wasn't a bundle. So
a Straight Story was imprint, not Umbrella.
Shit, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. This is why you're the host.
Yeah, I do my best. Genuinely great film. If you've never seen it, this looks like it'd be the best way. And don't worry, you don't have to buy the giant bundle. They've got one that's a little cheaper without the shirt, and then you can also just buy the 4K disc with the slipcase.
Well, let's be honest. You want that shirt.
I mean, it is a really cool design. They really went all in on this.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you can wear it to like Friday at work, or first date with somebody, or you know, like, you want to let people know what you're about. This shirt will tell them.
It really will.
And listen, if you wear that shirt and somebody is like, dude, I love that shirt, you know you got a friend.
Speaking of friends, let's talk about Larry Clark's Kids.
Oh shit, man. That made me feel bad.
Oh god, I feel terrible.
I wish Jeremy was here to hear
that. So I mean, how do you recover from that? This is a really nice size bundle for this as well. Larry Clark getting a decent boutique release is nice to see now. Hopefully this is an indication that some of the other ones that are way more difficult to find might be getting some sort of release soon.
I guess.
On top of on top of the release of this film, they are also releasing We Were Once Kids, which is a documentary 26 years after the film was released, and it explores the divergent paths of the original cast, delivering an unflinching look back at one of the most iconic films of the 90s.
That's not good either. I don't like, half of them are at a horrible death.
It's true. There's a new audio commentary on here with Alexandra Heller Nicholas. There's a world premiere at the Tribeca Film Festival of the documentary. If you're really into Larry Clark stuff, this looks to be the best release of this film, no doubt.
Let me just say, if you're really into Larry Clark stuff, I don't want to talk to you.
I mean, yikes.
Nah, I'm kidding. But you should examine it. You know, like, there have been allegations. It's not like I'm just slandering here. That's a tough film.
It is.
You know, it deserves to be preserved. I don't know if I want it on my shelf necessarily, but
yeah, no one's ever really called Larry Clark soft, so just be prepared for what you're going into.
Certainly not children.
I would agree, Tony. Bully is fantastic.
Yeah. Well, you know, get Larry Clark together with Phil Collins song, you got magic.
Never mind. I was going to make a "I can feel it in the air tonight" joke, and that didn't work. In September, Cape Light in Germany is releasing a 4K media book of The Great Escape. This is going to have a UHD 100 disc with HDR10, and it's a 60th anniversary release.
We got a couple of John Sturges films coming from, well, I don't know. Like, how do they feel about The Great Escape? And is this does that actually translate to
Speaking of Germany, Wicked Vision
cowardly retreat?
Wicked Vision is also releasing Silent Madness in 3D and 2D. This will be in a nice looking release from them. But interestingly, they include the sentence that says, "We are also currently looking at options for a possible 4K release."
Okay.
That would be interesting. Stan wants to know why he always winds up spending money while watching us. Why does that happen, Will?
Oh, I have my OnlyFans account open in the Summit.
Oh boy!
I've got a camera to the side that I just got my feet up on the table. People are taking a gander.
Feet Stream 2023. This might be the one that is most exciting for a lot of people, though. Wicked Vision is releasing the Angel Collection, including the original on 4K UHD. Now, the hard part here, they said the Angel Collection, and I haven't had a chance to message Laurent for any sort of indication. They don't say if this is just going to be the first 3 films or if it's going to be all 4. Probably just the first 3, but there is a 4th one as well.
I thought this was just 2. It has a 3?
It doesn't say anything about how many. It's just called the Angel Collection, including the first one on 4K.
Huh. Well, meat's meat, and the man's got to eat.
All right, carrying right along. We got
joke there.
We got some details on the Showgirls release. Which a lot of people just, of course, as everybody does on the internet nowadays, had something that they wanted to point out. We are getting a 3-disc set, a 4K disc, and 2 Blu-rays. The 2 Blu-rays are region locked to region A. This is going to have a commentary track with the writer, an interview with Paul Verhoeven, interview with the screenwriter, interview with cinematographer, and performance lighting designer. Interesting. Interview with co-editors and interview with the actress Renee Riffel, probably. There's an interview with Midnight Mass podcast host Peaches Christ and Michael Verratti, which I am stoked that's a part of this. There is a special behind-the-scenes featurette, a Showgirls diary, maybe the most important thing on here, a lap dance tutorial featuring the world-famous Girls of Scores, a 40-page perfect bound book with essays by Elizabeth Purcell, Abby Bender, and Adam Naiman. Noticeably missing, no TV cut, and no documentary, the You Don't Know Me documentary that was on the German release that came out on 4K. Those were the 2 big things that people were noticing weren't on here. Unfortunately, it's the first really great US release of this, and not everything is going to be able to be licensed.
Yeah, I know some people were lamenting that there weren't like interviews with Elizabeth Berkley, for example. But I don't know. I don't know if you can expect stuff like that. This is going to be pretty definitive.
When this got announced in, was it January or was it? Yeah, it had to have been January. So they announced this in January or March. I'm sorry. It's one of those 2. Brad Henderson was in the chat during that, and he did say Elizabeth Berkley wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Now, the odd part is nowadays, it seems like she is kind of rethinking that and supporting it and kind of proud of it. So I don't know when they were working on the special features and what's changed, but clearly he had tried, and she just simply was not going to be a part of it.
Well, I can understand. I mean, even if she comes to embrace it now, she would have to answer some kind of uncomfortable questions, right? Because I don't think she was. I don't think this was going for the camp. The level of camp. I don't think the performers were necessarily going for the level of camp that it reached. Verhoeven might have known what was going on, but I don't know that the performers necessarily did.
I think that is exactly the case here. I think Verhoeven knew exactly what he was doing and just didn't let everybody in on the joke necessarily.
Yeah. So, and I don't think this film helped her career.
Oh,
Certainly.
no, clearly not.
So I don't blame her for not necessarily wanting to talk about it. I think if there were a special feature I'd really want, it's that episode of Saved by the Bell when she gets hooked on speed.
She's so excited.
Yeah, that was like, that's the audition tape right there.
Just commentary from her on that episode has nothing to do with this release, but throw it on the 4K disc, please.
That's how you got this role.
You showed us how you could be so excited. All right, we got a couple from Discotech coming on July 25th. They're giving us Terrifying Girls High School Animal Classmates. This is a Pinky Violence film that I believe this was on an old Synapse DVD release.
Yeah, they had. Well, it was a Panic House.
Oh, that's right.
They had that Pinky Violence box set that was so good.
Yep. And that goes for some money nowadays.
I have.
And honestly, because of that, a lot of those films, they stay grouped together for rights. Discotech might eventually be able to put all of those out if they have access to the elements and all that.
Man, Norifumi Suzuki is such a good filmmaker. This film has both Riko Ike and Miki Sugimoto. He directed Sex and Fury, which is the best. Its sequel, Female Yakuza Tale. This movie is so good. Sex and Fury still is only available on DVD. Actually, it's out of print, super out of print on DVD. Sex and Fury is the pinnacle of Pinky Violence. But Terrifying Girls School is fantastic, and everybody should put this at the top of their list.
And if you buy it from Right Stuff Anime, it's actually not that pricey. The hard part, there's no special features on this, so you're pretty much just paying for access to the film in HD.
And that's a bummer, because I would totally give you a commentary for days.
Yeah.
Like I would give 3 commentaries, so you could watch the film 3 times and get different information every time. There'll be like one Riko Ike commentary, one Miki Sugimoto commentary, one Norifumi Suzuki commentary. I would do all of these things.
I might commission that myself if you promise to do each one in their voices.
That's racist.
No, I want to hear you be racist in their voices. Anyways, next up, Discotech is also giving Animal Treasure Island from 1971. And the main reason that this might be something that people are after, this is a Miyazaki film.
Oh, yeah? I don't know this movie.
It's an oldie, 1971.
Wow, that's not in my bootleg box set of Ghibli films. 71?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I gotta see this. I know nothing. This was totally escaped my my attention. I didn't see this announcement.
That's why I said it. I knew that you'd want to know. This is all for you, Will. All right.
I knew this one.
We really aren't anywhere close to being done. I said there was like 7 or 8 or whatever. There's like 15 still, I think.
Oh man, I'm
Coming soon from Signal One Entertainment in the UK, Wanted Dead or Alive from '86 with Rutger Hauer. I think this just got like an MVD release in the States, right? Or is it Kino?
Oh yeah, there is a Kino, I think.
Yep, Kino from 2019.
Well then, what do we do?
If you're in the UK, you buy this. If you're not, you probably already have the Kino. Rutger Hauer, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Next up, Signal One is releasing 5 Corners on May 15th. And this has Jodie Foster, Tim Robbins, and John Turturro, all of them looking incredibly young. This is from 1987. Tim Robbins looks like he just graduated like 11th grade.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he graduated regular 11th grade, but based on that photo. You okay, bud? You, well, that guy, no, man, he looks like a school shooter. That's a weird picture, dude.
He is staring you down.
He,
Jodie Foster looks super young too. This is supposed to be pretty good. It says in the Bronx neighborhood of Five Corners, 1964, changes in the air and unrest is in the streets. Two teenage girls are given away to a pair of delinquents. A high school teacher is shot in the back with an arrow on the way to school, and psychotic Hines is released from jail only to return to stalking the object of his obsession, Linda. Fearing for her safety, Linda turns to Harry, who previously helped put Hines in jail. Harry soon finds himself in a morally compromising situation where violence might be the only solution. But this has the Mike McPadden commentary on it.
so a couple things. First, the movie was written by John Patrick Shanley. Is that his name? John Patrick Shanley,
Maybe.
huh?
Maybe.
Yeah, Joe versus the volcano, etc. But I just looked up Tony Bill, the director, and I want to share a quote from his Wikipedia page. Bill began his career as an actor in the 1960s. I'm going to skip ahead. Specialized in juveniles and young leads. Often his characters were likable, but none too bright. What a strange sentence.
Likable, but dumb as hell.
Yeah. He was the convict in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, the director of this film.
Oh.
Likable, but none too bright. I have no idea what this movie is. The cover art I find off-putting and uncomfortable, but I kind of want to see it.
For the record, for those of us in the States, this has an MVD visual release that came out in 2020, and you can still pick that up on Amazon right now. It's only $15.
Tim Robbins looks like that guy from Grease, grown up and like got a corporate job, and now like wants to like now he's come back to his high school reunion and he's like, what's up now? Yeah.
Wow. I mean, when I first saw him this morning, I thought this might be a little after your time, Will, I guess. The Rockstar game, Bully, that was put out by the same people that did the Grand Theft Auto games, the main character has like the same gigantic head shape as Tim Robbins in this photoshopped picture.
I mean, that is that is not Tim Robbins' hair. That's the problem.
It's like a helmet.
Yeah, it is. That's clearly Photoshop. That's different people.
Yes.
And John Turturro doesn't look right either.
No, the chin is kind of offline.
Yeah, it's like John Turturro, a special guest star on Dawson's Creek.
Well, tune in next week to find out if Pacey gets the boy or not. Let's go to the last one from Signal One. They are putting out Gold with Roger Moore. This one got delayed, and it's not coming until September 25th. This has the Roger Moore documentary on this as well. And yeah, you can order this now. Dude, McMahon, what's going on? You missed most of the live show. We're only like a quarter of the way done.
Oh, God. I'd be down for a Roger Moore documentary. So Peter Hunt, what did he do? On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Oh, okay, he did some films. None that I'm super excited about. We had several Bond films. Okay, well, I'll check out Gold. That'd be fun.
It doesn't have a Roger Moore documentary, but Gold does have a Kino Lorber release from 2018 that has a Nathaniel Thompson. Also, who else is with him? Howard Berger commentary.
Wait, well, where did I get this idea of a Roger Moore documentary from?
If you zoom in on the thing that we're talking about right now, and it says Roger Moore documentary.
Right, that's what I'm excited about.
I know. I'm letting you know. Just for anybody in the States that doesn't want to pre-order from the UK, there's
Oh,
another release available that has a commentary.
when I was listening to your sentence, I put the comma in the wrong place. I understand what you mean now about the Kino release.
Got it.
Got you.
Ooh. Dude McMahon says, I missed most of the live show, got back from a local theater playing Dark Star to celebrate Star Wars Day.
Oh, cool.
That's incredible. Distorted Visions, I'm already wondering if tonight's stream will surpass last week's record. God, I hope not.
Well, to quote Dark Star, man, just say, what the hell is he talking about?
Sibner says the pee is getting to our brains. I don't think so. I'm fine. Speaking of Netflix earlier, this was a Netflix film and Sony somehow retained physical rights. So we are getting a release of The Man from Toronto on June 13th. This is a Kevin Hart and Woody Harrelson flick that I did not and probably will never see.
Yeah, there was an earlier question at the very beginning of the stream about that asked if I was worried about AI and script writing, and I said no, but that was before I saw this. Well, I mean, I'm sure an actual writer who deserves to be paid fairly worked on this, but the Netflix films, especially lately, have left a lot to be desired in the writing department. And I don't think I've seen a single Kevin Hart movie that valued writing. so
that was an extremely kind way of wording that. Well done. Next up, 101 Films announced Tell No One from 2006 is getting a release. This is a relentless, edge-of-your-seat suspense, high-octane action, and a powerful love story, supposedly. This follows one man's frantic race against time when his tragic past is suddenly and unexpectedly unearthed. We got some making of, deleted scenes, outtakes, last shots of the actors. I've never heard of a special feature called Last Shots of the Actors, which is interesting. There's a short film by the director and an Easter egg. Have you seen this one?
No, and I usually don't associate edge of your seat suspense and high octane action with powerful love story. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I'm more interested in this one. They are also releasing on May 29th the 3 Burials of Melquiades Estrada, which is the directorial debut of Tommy Lee Jones. This is from 2005. Now, I know that there was a previous release of this that was, I believe, a 1080i release. And the hard part, 101 Films has never been super transparent about what they use as far as transfers or if something's a new release or anything like that. This might just be that same 1080i. Not sure on this one. I would not be surprised if Criterion ended up releasing this eventually. Have you seen 3 Burials?
I watched about 30 minutes of it, and I didn't stop because I was bored or anything. It was because I was watching it with my parents, and I can't remember what it was, but it made them uncomfortable. Which was weird because we watched Deadwood together. And there's all kinds of
HBO stuff.
So now I'm curious to find out what it was that made my mom not want to watch it with me. Because if she could handle Deadwood, what else could there be?
Yeah. This has a commentary on it with Tommy Lee Jones, Dwight Yoakam, and January Jones. It's got director and writer interviews, extended deleted scenes, making of featurette, and a making of the music. Okay, so this is what I alluded to earlier with the kind of crappy releases. MGM is releasing 4 films on June 20th, and those are Stormy Monday, Diary of a Hitman from 1991, Bestseller from 1987, and Golden Gate from 1993. And the catch for all this is these are being released as mods, made on demand discs, things that are generally a bit inferior.
See, this is the kind of stuff that I was wondering if the Netflix decision would result in, and I don't know if this is connected in any way. Maybe not. Probably
Likely not, especially because I believe Amazon owns the MGM catalog now.
But yeah, I mean that seems to be where we're going, and that's happening in book publishing too. The Toby Hooper book is going to be going to paperback soon, but it's going to be like kind of a print as you go.
It's on demand, yeah.
Which everyone should demand, because I know we only sold like 1,000 copies, so most of the people listening have not gotten theirs yet. But anyways, yeah, and the cover art seems to be a little lazy too. Come on now, I mean, if it's going to be MOD, at least, like, look, that's not even.
Wait, you're telling me that this incredibly poorly photoshopped view of James Woods' head on somebody else's body
exactly
is not great cover art?
This is like, what that reminds me of? Do you remember the cover art of the Disney film Heavyweights?
Yes, the holding the sandwich?
Yeah, and they cut off all those kids' heads and put them on skinnier bodies.
For a movie called Heavyweights.
Which is about fat camp. And by the way, I love Heavyweights. That's one of my favorite films. It's one of Judd Apatow's first films.
Yep.
And
Will's favorite's Paul Feig performance.
For sure. Oh, Keenan recently put on his Twitter that they were working on a reunion for Heavyweights 2, but it was his April Fool's post.
And then they announced Good Burger 2.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'll take Heavyweights 2 first. But anyway.
Oh, you won't now.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, they're actually doing Good Burger 2, right?
Yes.
Heavyweights, man. Yeah, this Photoshop stuff is fucking
embarrassing.
Yeah,
It's not even remotely proportionately accurate.
I don't want to see this.
So the big question, Sibner asked, is this going to be pressed or burned? The hard part is it could go either way. It might be pressed. It might be burned. The fact that these mock-ups have the Blu-ray logo would generally indicate pressed and not burned. But it could go either way. Mods have a history of being either one, depending on who's doing it. And the fact that it's an MGM release, I don't know how that's all working on the Amazon end. If they actually own the catalog, they could technically be pressing them, I guess, to order.
Dude McMahon points out that Larry Cohen wrote the bestseller script. So,
yep.
Well, I'm gonna have to watch it on YouTube then.
All right. Next up, only a handful left. The Mondo Macabro pre-orders went live today. Please support them.
I want to. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I have almost everything that Mondo Macabro has ever released. So the fact that I can't get this bundle right now, I don't feel too bad about. Well, I do feel too bad about because I want it, but I gotta wait.
I will start dropping breadcrumbs now. Sometime this summer, I am planning on doing a big Mondo Macabro blowout with another podcast that is going to be live on the show, and it's going to be amazing.
Oh.
I cannot wait to share with everybody.
Very cool.
Kino gave us some details on the Dark Side of Cinema 15 film noir box set coming on July 11th. Brand new HD masters from a 2K scan of the 35mm fine grain elements for Man Afraid, The Girl in the Kremlin, and The Tattered Dress. We have new commentary by historian David Del Valle and filmmaker David Descoteaux, and that's for Man Afraid. We've got a new commentary for The Girl in the Kremlin by Emma Westwood and Paul Anthony Nelson. New commentary for The Tattered Dress by professor and film scholar Jason A. Ney. We've got newly mastered trailers for two of the films and some TV spots. I I can't wait in 3 years when we're doing Reconnected on some random Thursday night and we're announcing Film Noir: The Dark Side of Cinema 73. And it will end up being like Disney animated features from 1982 that only played on the Sunday night Magic in the Movies series.
Well, no, these are exciting. Especially the Tattered Dress with my man Jane doing the commentary. That's a Jack Arnold movie, and Jack Arnold, of course, one of the originator of 3D technology with Creature from the Black Lagoon, Revenge of the Creature, etc. But his westerns, Jack Arnold's westerns, are top notch, 100%, and his noir, top notch, 100%. So this set is worth it for the Tattered Dress alone. But the other two films sound really interesting. And I kind of like the way this series is kind of, because people jump on the cheap box set noir, they're able to get these obscure titles that wouldn't justify a standalone release. So yeah, I'll be here to talk about the Dark Side of Cinema volume 76. Yeah. That'd be great as far as I'm concerned.
Sibner says, when do we get to the light side of cinema? Silent Mandibles answering, we saw that earlier with the film Kids. Let's keep going. We are down to our last company. Okay. There's only like 7 more announcements now, friends. BFI put out some announcements. They're releasing Targets from 1968 on September 25th. As you will remember, they had previously announced this, and then out of nowhere, they canceled it, and then Criterion announced it, and now they're announcing it again. This is coming late this year in September. This has all of the bells and whistles that they'd announced previously. Extras are going to be confirmed. You know, we'll see what else they're going to be doing. I kind of feel like Criterion just stomped on the release and made them pull it first, but that's all just speculation. It's really odd. I don't know how that happened.
Talk about a moving target. I'll believe it when I see it. I've still got I've still got my crappy DVD that I got from a Blockbuster bargain bin sale, and I'm going to hold on to it until I actually get one of these in my hands.
And then watch, you're going to get it in your hand, you're going to sell that old release, and then put it in, the disc won't work.
Have to wait for a replacement program.
And then Criterion will make you break it and take a picture of it before you can get a replacement. Next up, we are getting a 4K release, UHD on August 21st, of Gregory's Girl from 1980. Bill Forsyth film. This is newly restored from the OCN. The BFI is announcing this new 4K release. Gregory and his friends are starting to notice girls, particularly Dorothy, not least because she's on the football team and is a better player than all of the boys. With counseling from his younger sister, Gregory finally asked Dorothy out, but turns up to the date only to discover that the girls at school have other plans for him. This has a booklet and slipcase on the first printing, newly recorded audio commentary with Robert Buchanan, Alan Love, Douglas Sanikin, and Carolyn Guthrie, audio commentary with Bill Forsyth and Mark Kermode. There's an interview with the director, interview with Claire Grogan, and a handful of others. Isolated score, alternative, U.S. audio soundtrack, illustrated booklet with new essays. I don't know anything about this film.
Well, I gotta say, the lead there looks like Mikey Day and John Mulaney had a kid. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not seeing Mikey Day or John Mulaney, but
well, you gotta put them together.
I mean, sure, that sounds hot, but I'm not seeing it.
Well, that's what it looks like to me. I don't know anything about this.
It looks more to me like Dana Carvey chased a parked bus.
You remember that? You remember Opportunity Knocks?
Yes.
It sucked, but But that's that scene where he was trying to pretend where he was trying to give a lecture about being on safari. He points at the map and he goes, "First we went here, then we went there, there, there." That's the fun shit that ever happened. So this movie, I don't know nothing about it. Bill Forsyth is cool. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Paul Huggins says it looks like Martin Short. Sibiner says it looks like Dennis Quaid plus Kreese from Karate Kid.
How are you all not seeing the John Mulaney in that?
Nothing at all. It definitely screams Dana Carvey.
Maybe if he was standing in a gazebo.
These are the most obscure references.
You get them.
All right. Of course. Ken Russell is getting a physical release of Gothic from BFI. This is coming on September 11th. Extras to be confirmed. I'm hoping that this is a decent release of this. Obviously, Vestron put this out in the US, and I'm curious to see what they do there. Anything different, maybe.
Yeah, man. Oh, this movie is awesome.
Ken Russell is underrated.
Yeah, you know what? I guess so.
Like, a lot of people look at him as just a schlock, and obviously it's not just for a couple of the big ones. It's just out there and experimental for people. But
well, you know, I would love to see some high definition restorations of his documentaries, which are unbelievable, and many of which you can get on Netflix DVD. You know,
not for long.
Yeah, which is how I saw him for the first time. But God, I teach a course on Frankenstein and Dracula. Like the whole course is about those two. We read the two novels and and a lot of the socio-historical context of the novels, and then we watch like 15 movies of Frankenstein and Dracula adaptations. And Gothic always just knocks people out, especially after they learn about all the weather-related shit that happened during the composition of Frankenstein. Yeah, this film, it should be seen on its own merits, but if you have any interest in Frankenstein as a novel, or Mary Shelley, or Percy Shelley for that matter, or Lord Byron, or the other people involved, you should totally see this one. I love Gothic so much.
Oh, man. I'm
auditioning to be in the TBC extras right now. It's like, oh, you have an interest in fucking English literature.
I mean, you got till September. That's a long time. Wow, this is going off the rails like crazy. I love it. Ken Russell stuff, for anybody that hasn't seen a Ken Russell film, it pretty much just goes without saying, no matter what you show them, it kind of blows their socks off that first time, because no matter what, you're not ready for whatever it is. So
if you were gonna pick one to start with, what would you pick?
Not Lair of the White Worm.
I'd start with Altered States.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the more, not even like mainstream, but more like touch point-y type of film.
I think if you go into that one not having seen anything else, you'll come out of it being like, oh, I want to see the rest.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously the Devils is a smart choice. It's just, we have the BFI DVD of that, which by all intents and purposes, it sounds like that might be all we ever get. Warner seems to have no plans on ever releasing it.
Let me tell you a mistake I made. A former student, trusted confidant, asked me if she could borrow my copy of The Devils. And like a moron, I said, okay. That was 3 years ago.
Oh, geez.
I've been without The Devils.
Well, the BFI DVD release of this, you can frequently get at Orbit. Not of this, of The Devils.
Yeah. To make things worse, she works at Ed McCabe's.
Oh, shit. I always forget Ken Russell's did Tommy. Tommy is actually probably a really good go-to.
Oh, Tommy's great.
Tommy is so much fun. Dude McMahon, I was going to get to this question because I could not remember. He said, didn't Roger Ebert write a script for Ken Russell before becoming a critic? And then he realized he was mixing up Ken Russell with Russ Meyer.
It's a that's a very significant mix-up.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, the breasts are a lot more defined in the films of Russ Meyer.
In the films of Ken Russell, they're hallucinations.
And never mind. Yeah. So many weird jokes. Coming on September 11th from BFI. I cannot read this out loud. I don't know French. Can you give us this title, Will?
I took German. Party de Campagne.
Okay. Party de Campagna, 1946. Finally
Pâté
released.
Pâté de Campagne.
Released in 46, 10 years after it was made, Jean Renoir's Partie de Campagne was hailed as an unfinished masterpiece. Since then, his masterly adaptation of this story has grown in reputation to the point where it is now considered by many to be his best-loved film. On an idyllic country picnic, a young girl leaves her family and fiancé for a while and succumbs to an all-too-brief romance. Odd. Shot on location on the banks of the two small tributaries of the Seine, Renoir's sensuous tribute to the countryside and to the river has seldom been surpassed. This is restored in 2K, audio commentary by Philip Kemp, 89-minute 1994 compilation of outtakes from the film, and possibly some other extras coming.
So those are new extras, but as Paul Huggins points out, Criterion puts this out Day in the Country. Yeah. That's cool.
Giant penis Listomania. Oh man. Wow. Let's go to the next one because we are about to be done.
Like I was saying, Stan, the documentaries are awesome.
Pretty Red Dress from 2022 is getting a release from BFI on August 7th. This is written and directed by Dion Edwards, and I've heard some good things about this one. I did not get to see this one. There's an audio commentary with the writer and director on this, and assorted cast and crew interviews, and a trailer. The first pressing has an illustrated booklet with new writings on the film. I assume you have not seen this one as well?
Yeah, I read some good reviews, so I'm excited to see this one. Good release.
Good release. BFI does a good job of mixing it up, actually.
You sure you're okay? You need to.
Well, I'm fine. I could have probably 3 more of these. I'm not driving it. It's water. It's
not driving.
Driving from downstairs to my bedroom upstairs.
Oh, here we go. This is the one I've been waiting for.
Because I'm going to shit talk John Wayne.
Listen, man. Let's go.
Brannigan from 1975 is getting a release on August 21st, and that's all I'm going to say. Extras to be confirmed. No,
come on.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Well, I actually think this is a good double feature with Killer Clowns from Outer Space because John Vernon's character in this film is as a gangster, but his performance is very similar to his performance as a cop in Killer Clowns. Yeah, so this is a late John Wayne movie, like heavy toupee, very much capitalizing on the Dirty Harry stuff. But man, it's so much fun. Wayne is having a blast. Just kind of chewing up the London scenery. There's an incredible car chase with a great one of those bridges over a river. What do you call them? Where they're in two. You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Is there a term for those kinds of bridges?
Probably.
Well, anyway, the bridges are going up and the car's got to jump it. It's a great car chase. Drawbridge. Jeremy's got it. No, wait a second. I don't know if that's the
I don't think it's a drawbridge.
Nah, you're fucking with me, Jeremy. DC Editor is also probably right that there's some hemorrhoidal impediments for Wayne at this point in his life. But oh, thank you, Stan. Hydraulic bridge. That gives it the dignity it deserves. Look, whatever you think of Wayne, the man deserves the dignity it doesn't matter. Look, this movie is very campy. It's funny. It's got a hilarious, almost. It's super. It's this super lazy. What do you call it? Fall spring romance. What do you call those things? Winter spring romances. It, like it just totally doesn't work. And it's clear that neither of the actors care about it. But Brannigan is fun. It's well made. It's well crafted, well edited, well paced. You watch this movie, and I'm not saying you're going to like it. May, December. That's what I'm trying to remember. I'm not saying you're going to like it, but I'd be surprised if you hate it.
Can I just hate John Wayne?
I don't. It hurts my soul that you do, but go ahead.
Oh. Well, now I feel bad.
I really like John Wayne.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, I'm sorry that you really like him.
Every film is someone's favorite film.
But every John Wayne is not.
I want to actually no. Don't go back. I want to hear. I rambled on about Brannigan. I want to hear your opinion about John Wayne. I respect you.
If I watched this once, I would probably not watch it brand again. Next up, on August 7th from BFI, we're getting Young Soul Rebels from 1991. This is a landmark for Black and queer British film. Isaac Julian's iconic, beautifully crafted 1991 period piece has been newly remastered by the BFI.
With a cameo by John Wayne.
In 91, please.
Yeah, well, it just seems like the subject matter would appeal to
him. Show me them young soul rebels. We got an audio commentary with the director, Isaac Julian, and cinematographer, Nina Kellgren, moderated by the BFI's William Fowler. Newly created subtitles for this, and then there's an illustrated booklet in the first pressing, as they have been doing.
Yeah, man, Isaac Julian, Max Julian's son, who directed the great documentary Badass about the blaxploitation cycle. I'm excited about this film because I think Isaac Julian has a lot of talent as a filmmaker, and this will be my first narrative film for him. Yeah.
Thanks for the backhanded compliment there, Jeremy. Love that. July 17th, BFI is releasing Gallivant from 1996. They didn't have a lot of information on this. Newly remastered in 2K. It's got a selection of short films, and that's...
the description is to share the dictionary definition.
Right.
Of
right. So odd.
Webster's dictionary defines creativity as...
They basically put marriage... All right, last of the week. Finally, 4 hours into this.
This is the last one?
No, this is the last one.
No, dude, there's some more that you've...
I can go post some more if you want.
Nah, hold on.
July 17th from BFI, we're getting Brainwashed Sex Camera Power. This was also released recently here from Kino. And yeah, this has I believe the same extras. It's got it's got one thing here that's different. Nina Menk's in conversation. The director interviewed after screening of Brainwashed Sex Camera Power at the BFI South Bank, and then they are going to do some other extras as well.
Well, I just picked up that Nina Menke's box set from Diabolic, and I've been getting into it. So I'm excited about this, just because I've recently gotten into her work. So yeah, super excited.
Oh, from Arbalest. Okay,
that's right. Anything about it.
I totally forgot all about this. Wow, it's only $32.
Yeah.
At Diabolic. That's a great price.
Oh, okay.
The box set you're talking about, not this.
Oh yeah, totally. Get it.
Wow, yeah, that's great.
I sent you a picture. I got it with the in the Line of Duty set.
Yeah, I totally forgot it was Nina. I don't remember how. All right, let's go through quickly. He says 4 hours into this. The release is coming out next week, just in case.
I just want to say I'm in no hurry.
Oh, I thought you had to pee like an hour and a half ago.
No, I took care of it.
Oh, Will. Oh man. I'm actually totally fine too. Let's see here. Releases coming out next week. The Superman 1 through 5, or sorry, 1. This is so stupid. I can't believe that the Warner Brothers Superman 1 through 4 5-film collection. That is the most asinine verbiage I have ever heard.
It's 2 number 2s, right?
What a shitty show this is.
Hey, AKA what's going to happen when the cameras go off.
Don't know what that means. Branded to Kill 4K from Criterion next week. Shiver the Vampires 4K from Indicator. Knock at the Cabin 4K coming from the studio, of course. 2 Orphan Vampires 4K coming from Indicator. Hand of Death from Arrow. Will's favorite Stone Cold coming from Kino next week.
That was fun.
Gotta love that Brian Bosworth.
Yeah.
Knock at the Cabin 4K Steelbook coming from Best Buy next week. Tiger Cage Collection coming from Shout. The Experts with John Travolta coming from Kino. Kamikaze. This one I actually really want to pick up soon. It's another Luc Besson that looked pretty damn interesting. The Sorrow and the Pity. This is in my wish list for sure to get soon.
AKA how I feel about Kevin Costner today.
I get that. There's No Tomorrow coming from Kino Classics. Some other Blu-rays. I could go on. Singing with Judy Garland is coming out next week. Absolute Beginners coming out. And then WrestleMania Goes Hollywood. That's all I got. I don't remember. Did you go see Knock at the Cabin?
What's that?
The M. Night Shyamalan that came out earlier this year?
Oh, no, I don't care for his work.
At all?
No, man, I remember about 20 minutes into The Sixth Sense being like, well, the fucking guy's dead. And boy, did everybody around me hate me.
How did you just ruin that movie for everybody in the chat?
Yeah, well, I ruined it for everybody in the theater, too.
Have you not liked any of his films at all?
No.
Really? Like, did you watch Signs?
No. Yeah, I stopped watching The Village. Was the last one I saw.
What's funny is I don't think I've seen The Village.
Well, spoiler alert, there's a twist.
No way. The Village was dead?
Nah, they were just like on the outskirts of a regular town.
Did you see this? Jeremy just said, send him a link if we want this to go till 4 a.m.
Not even Lady in the Water? No, that's hilarious. That's like
I asked that because I agree with Paul. I think that this was Shyamalan's best film in a long, long time. It was surprisingly well done. And Bautista, easily the best actor of all of the ex-wrestlers.
Okay. I like those supercuts from The Happening of Marky Mark being like, no, okay. Those are fun.
The funny thing, I get roasted every time I say this. I don't hate The Happening. I think that it's like what we were talking about with Showgirls. I feel like it's a very campy version of a film that's just like hearkening back to some old, almost like pulpy type films.
Yeah.
And I think if you view it through that lens, it's a lot more enjoyable.
So far I've not added into my like revisit and retry list. Yeah. I just remember seeing The Sixth Sense and being like not into it, which is other people were, and that's fine. Like, it doesn't make me a better person because I prefer more sophisticated cinema. Like Jim Wynorski.
It's funny. I love The Sixth Sense, and I still think it's great, but I'm gonna make it sound like I'm shitting all over it right now. First of all, Toni Collette was really great in it. She just incredible. But the funny thing is, I feel like it was a really smart movie for what year did that come out? Like 12-year-old me or whatever. I was like, oh man, I can understand this. This is amazing. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, it's just not great.
I don't want this to sound like Schadenfreude or anything. I love Toni Collette. She's an amazing actress, and she's had a great run. But I'm kind of amused about Mafia Mama coming out.
Jeremy saw it and said he actually enjoyed it quite a bit.
Fuck you, Jeremy. You are a liar.
Oh, man.
You did not enjoy it. You're saying this is your workshopping your material. Your whole next special is going to be like, Mafia Mama, hear me out.
Tony, my friend, have a good rest of your day. Hope all is well, and we will chat very soon.
Oh yeah. You know what? I tell you what.
Jeremy wants to come on and defend himself.
I'll tell you what. I'll go see Mafia Mama just so that I can talk to Jeremy about it.
Well, and the funny thing, it's out in like a handful of theaters, but you can actually buy the Blu-ray very soon.
Well, I'm not doing that, but I know a guy who's got one of those Regal passes, so I'll get him to take me to see it. Oh shit, that was the P.
Jesus. Oh man. Oh, this is wild. All right. Shall we get into what is most likely going to be a very short version of our discussion?
No. No, just send Jeremy a link and let's get him on and talk about Mafia Mama.
All right. I will do that if that's what you want.
Oh, really? You can do that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen it. So maybe I was speaking out of my ass.
Well, if he comes on here, I mean, he might be able to defend himself pretty eloquently for you.
Well, based on previous experience, I don't know if that's true.
No, I would agree with that.
You want to do it?
I mean, if you want him to come on and defend Mafia Mama, I can send him a link.
I mean, there's still like 2 people watching, right?
Will, you still have a large audience here.
That's what she said.
Are we actually going to do our discussion tonight, or are you about done? Oh, Sibiter says let's get Laurent on. Honestly, I would love to. He's on his way to LA as we speak, actually.
No man, hey, you're the host. Do what you want.
All right. Well, we still have a discussion topic that we're going to get to. I think that this is going to be one of the better ones, and I do want a lot of chat interaction with these as we go through these. I was very excited about this, and I'm so stoked that we're going to do this. We're going to do a version of trivia, and I want people to be able to answer this as soon as we're done discussing each of the topics between ourselves. Now that it's 4 hours and 15 minutes into this is going to be delirious and crazy, and I'm not going to remember a damn thing. I guarantee you I'm going to be stammering all over my words. Yes, Stan, Laurent is going to be in LA. Unfortunately, he's calling it a vacation, I think, but he's got a lot of work to do. Some of the stuff he's still, like, everything is hooked up for interviews. But first, Mr. Jeremy Long.
There he is.
The Mafia Daddy himself.
We found Waldo. All right, I've already used that joke.
In honor of Will Dodson, I'm drinking some piss.
I love that ding came on right at the right time.
That was very loud.
I knew that. I wasn't prepared.
So tell Will how good Mafia Mama is.
And then I'm out of here because no, it wasn't. If I'm being fair, it wasn't that good, but it was good.
Okay.
It wasn't what you thought it would be from the trailers and the poster, which I remember Ryan specifically pointing out that the poster looked like they cropped Tony Collette's face onto like some kind of Photoshop.
It was bad.
My point is, Will Dodson, for all intents and purposes, it looks absolutely terrible from every kind of marketing of it whatsoever. And it ended up being like pretty good. Like not great, but pretty good. Tony Collette.
So hold on. What you're saying is, based on everything we were told going in, it's not as bad as that.
Correct. Not just not as bad, but it's actually good. He had to bring it up. Like that doesn't look real. That's Photoshop.
You don't say.
Look, she's drinking a big old bottle of piss too.
What is that muscle in her neck? It is inverted.
That's really weird.
What is going on?
It looks like she's trying to do an impression of Kristen Bell, doing an impression of her.
And this movie tagline, from suburban mom to mafia don, is that the best they could come up with?
Well, this is why we're having the strike.
You know what? I don't understand.
I love how you're saying that to a writer.
It's not just about compensation. It's about quality.
Listen, I support the writer's strike, of course. I just don't understand how they could go on strike. All the picket signs are blank.
Will almost had piss stream out of his nose.
Actually, my favorite obscure reference sign that I saw on social media was without writers, who would Jenna Ortega be able to workshop?
I read that article.
That was a good one. But so Mafia Mom.
Sorry, I'm distracted. Will, I'm texting Tony Collette my Venmo username.
Hey, listen, man. All honesty is, I'm so excited to talk to you again. Thanks for coming on.
Every time you say that, I feel like it's sarcastic.
It's not sarcastic. I'm totally starstruck.
Ooh, top billing. I prefer top billing. Now listen. I don't think I defended it properly. It's better than better than the ads we've seen. It's actually pretty good.
Okay, so how so?
So I read a lot of comments and reviews saying that the jokes fell flat. I don't think so. I just think they really focused on where's the cameras that you hid in here, DC? They really they kind of went old school and did like old humor, kind of like Marx Brothers type of humor. Or have you ever seen Brain Donors, which Kino's putting out soon?
I have seen Brain Donors.
I love Brain Donors, but it's not as good as Brain Donors. But I'm just saying that style of comedy.
Okay, that tells me a lot.
And I think a lot of people just didn't get the jokes or just didn't like that style of comedy, or maybe were expecting something different, but it really landed with me. I thought there was a lot of really funny parts, and Toni Collette's great as always.
So it's as good as Brain Donors?
No. When's that coming out, Ryan?
It's not as good as Brain Donors?
No, not as good as Brain Donors. Okay. But it's in the vein, it's that style of comedy, I would say.
By the way, Brain Donors doesn't have a release date yet. It was one of the classic, this is coming soon, and they'll let us know in 14 months.
How does it compare to Mickey Blue Eyes?
I'm going to ignore that question because there was something else that when I was watching the stream earlier, there was something else I was going to say to you, and now I can't remember. I didn't think I'd have the opportunity to talk to you about it face to face.
Is it like Corky Romano level, or like?
See, I would compare it to Corky Romano. Corky Romano is very funny and underrated, in my opinion.
All right, kick him. Just get him out of here, Ryan. I mean, are you kidding me?
You don't like Corky Romano?
I wouldn't say that.
What if you were to if you were to rank your this is like a Three Stooges act now. If you were to rank your favorite Chris Kattan films, what would they be?
I get like I'm trying to think where can I make it horizontal? Can I make it a horizontal rank? Can I just name
You mean
Chris Kattan films?
Yeah.
Can I acknowledge that they exist?
Night at the Roxbury,
Uh-huh.
Corky Romano.
All right, name and third.
House on Haunted Hill.
There you go.
Devolved. Severin.
Wait, so you didn't even see Lady in the Water?
Wait, is that a Chris Kattan movie?
No, it's an M. Night Shyamalan. I wish Chris Kattan was in that.
Oh,
all right. So this was a debate about Mafia Mama. Are we done debating Mafia Mama?
Yeah. Are we done?
I don't feel like we've debated it yet. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting.
Oh, Stan comes in with Monkey Bone. Very underrated.
Well, I was just waiting for the defense.
Of what? Mafia Mama? I told you. I defended it. You're the one who was shitting on it unjustly.
Explain the comedy.
He said it was classical.
He said it was like a Russian Mickey Blue Eyes.
That's the perfect way to describe it. I'm just saying that if you go in with low expectations, you will be pleasantly surprised.
Oh, so if I spend money and I'm like, this is gonna suck, I'll come out saying, well, it sucked, but you know,
I don't need a refund.
At least it wasn't 3 hours. How long is it?
That's like a tight hour and a half.
Oh, a tight hour.
Toni Collette's in it.
Monica Bellucci.
Monica Bellucci's in it.
Well, this film is
It's directed by the lady who directed Twilight.
Okay.
And 13.
You're not helping yourself.
And the least liked Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities.
The Wonder Woman, Patty Jenkins.
No, Christina Hardwick. Catherine Hardwick.
Oh, Catherine Hardwick. Oh,
Yeah.
well, gosh, that's a shame.
What were you gonna say, Ryan?
This feels like a replay of In Defense of the Genre episode 1, and I am lost in all of this. So after all of this
flashbacks,
after all of this magnificent arguing back and forth, I'm gonna have to, Jeremy, say I'm gonna Toni Collette you go now. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll talk soon.
I love you, man.
All right.
I just want to say, like, I'm not being sarcastic. That dude fucking rules.
And now he's going to be in here cussing up a storm. Okay, so now we're not going to do this very long because it is literally 2 o'clock, about to be 2 o'clock where you are, and we still need to hang out after this.
I'm fine.
You're fine, but you have seven wine bottles full of, like, never mind.
They're 2, but they're liters.
We are going to go through a version of trivia where we are the pursed lips to get the piss out of the cup. We're going to do some kind of a version of film trivia where we're going to ask each other for, like, a certain
favorite Chris Kattan.
What are you doing?
I think Jeremy should choose the categories.
I didn't get to say my piece, which was that Will Dodson. I think it's safe to say that he's a generous man. It's not particularly true, but it's safe to say. And
hey, let me ask you a question. How long does it take you to write a joke generally?
Oh, geez.
So long that it's his last name.
Okay, now I can leave that I've successfully said that I love Ryan, and I that's
Acknowledge
all I
Will's
have.
existence.
I just wanted to say my piece.
Peace.
Say it.
I love you too. Will. All right.
No, man. Oh, I really love you. You're awesome, dude.
I love Will. Okay, talk to you later, guys. I just had to say my piece.
We understand.
Oh man.
Okay.
Oh.
Serious. So now we are going to try to
No, now that there's a writer strike, the network should look at shows like this.
This is true. We are going to stumble over our words and ask each other for a list of answers for random categories that we wrote for each other. And if this goes well, we might recur this.
Oh wait, I was supposed to write categories?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Did you not? I don't know if this is a bit or not.
Like, what would be a sample? Just the.
How about we have you do a practice round here?
Well, no, just so our audience will know what you're talking about.
So an example would be like name 7 movies.
7 movies
with food in the title.
Oh, okay.
In we'll say like 30 or 45 seconds.
So like how many movies about oh shit, man, this is gonna suck. Okay.
Jeremy just joined again and I had to kick him out before.
Maybe you know what? Just let him in, man. We could probably use the help.
I've got categories. I came prepared.
Well, let's see how long it takes him to write a joke.
All right, I'm going to ask you for your first one and just see how you can do with this.
You're making me go first?
Yeah, because you don't have categories.
I have categories.
Then let's do it, damn it.
All right, ready?
How much time do you want to go? I'll set up a little timer.
I don't know, a minute?
All right, a full minute, and I'll hope to stop this before we get there.
Wait, so I have to give you like a number?
Yeah, unless you don't want to put pressure on it, because I can name one probably.
Okay. Give me 10 movies with town in the title.
The Town. The Town That Dreaded Sundown. The Town That Dreaded Sundown. God, see, this is really hard. Town.
Maybe we should do it together.
Do you have a whole bunch more for this?
Boys Town, Girls Town, Hell Comes to Frog Town.
Hell Comes to Frog Town. That's a good one. Yeah, I was about to say. I'm really great at the sequels. Sibner says On the Town and Our Town. Geezy also said On the Town.
One more. Let's make it a group effort.
The Pete Townsend documentary. Evil Town.
Evil Town.
We got there right before the minute. Nice.
Is that a real movie?
I believe so.
Evil Town. 87. Nice job.
Very nice. Sibner says Pound Town. Is that a Jess Franco film? The Out of Towners. Fuck.
Nice. I liked it as a group.
That's what she said.
You're
All right. Are you ready for my first category?
Yeah, listen, I just want to say I'm going to beat this.
You by yourself, no help.
Oh, no, I mean my issue.
All right. Name 10 movies with a color in the title. Go.
Blue, red, white. Blue is the warmest color. Red,
White.
Reds, the red and the black. No, the red and the white. Jansko. Uh, Green Inferno. White Dog, White Rainbow. I need one more.
Time. There's all kinds of answers in the chat. We got Red Dawn, White Christmas, Green Room,
Purple Rain,
Blue Ruin, the
damn it.
Purple Rain, the color purple.
Golden, yeah. Green Lantern. I should have gotten that. I'm a huge fan of that film.
Blue Thunder.
Yeah, look. Let's be honest. I'm in no condition to be doing this.
No, it's I did not expect to be doing this after 4.5 hours.
Oh my god, I didn't get a single black movie. I could have said fucking Blackula. So, listen, I just want to say to the audience, don't worry, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. It's not my best moment, but with the support of all of you, yeah, I didn't say Black Emmanuel. Yeah, I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. Life has gotten me in a difficult situation, and but I'm going to come through it. All right, next category.
Are you sure? We can wait. We can wait until we're not 4.5 hours into a stream to do this.
No, I'm fine.
I'm going to see how quick you can do this one and try to not look at the chat.
Wait, it's your turn.
Okay, go ahead. I got a minute on the clock. Go ahead.
10 movies directed by Jim Wynorski.
No. I don't know 10 movies directed by Jim Wynorski. I've never liked.
I don't know 10 movies with a color in the title, apparently.
I mean, you do.
All right. Well, I'll start over. 10 movies about lawyers.
Ooh, that's a good one. The Firm, A Few Good Men, Runaway Jury, The Net. Was that lawyers? No. Those 17 John Grisham films. My Cousin Vinny. That's like my favorite. That's such a good movie. I love My Cousin Vinny. I could talk about that for hours.
27 seconds.
The Client, Pelican Brief. That is one, right? Pelican Brief.
Sure.
A Time to Kill. There isn't there a Harrison Ford one? Why am I getting stuck on one title? All right, I lost it.
I got more colors than you got lawyers.
Well, that should be obvious. Liar.
Yeah, of course. Look at all these. Young Mr. Lincoln.
Devil's Advocate. Jesus.
Yeah. The Rainmaker.
Philadelphia. God damn.
Wow.
I'm ashamed. That 1 minute pressure at 1 o'clock in the morning after a 4.5 hour stream makes this super easy.
All right.
I'm gonna give you a break and say name 8 specifically horror movies that don't have a sequel or a remake or reboot at all. Go.
Fuck. Jennifer's Body.
Good first one.
Hereditary. Midsommar. Beau's Afraid. The Entity, The Sentinel.
Good call on both of those.
Abominable. Primal Rage. A horror movie. The Burning.
Nice. In the chat, we got a whole bunch. Slither, Slither, Drag Me to Hell, The Old Dark House, Transylvania 65000. Similar says Goodnight Mommy, but that has a remake actually.
Sure.
Demon Knight, The Haunting, which also has a remake. The Burning, Slither, The Lodge, Messiah of Evil.
I actually thought about Demon Knight, but I thought that Tales from the Crypt's Bordello of Blood, not a sequel, but in the series.
Spiritual, yeah. The Devil's Reign.
Oh, yeah, on Joe Bob last week. Oh, man.
Bloody Pit of Horror.
That great first line from John Travolta, blasphemer, get him as blasphemer.
All right, hit me with another one.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe we'll stop at the next one after this.
Another category?
Yep.
I want you to name 10 Jean-Claude Van Damme movies.
I'm probably not going to be able to do this on the spot.
All right, fine. Well, I'll come up with something. Are you going to try it, or do you want me to go something different?
I can really only think of like 4 off the top of my head. So,
yeah, this is actually a lot harder than our discussion.
It really is.
All right, 10 Tom Hanks movies.
Oh, I think I can do that.
Let's hear it.
Toy Story, Toy Story 2, Toy Story 3, Toy Story 4. Philadelphia, Forrest Gump. Wow. See, I always get caught up on thinking of one in my head, and then I want to go into that. Castaway, obviously one of the best. Captain Phillips, was that the name of it?
I don't know. I'm not counting that because I don't know it.
Really? The one where I'm the captain now. Why did I go Schwarzenegger? Tom Hanks. The old ones. Burbs, Money Pit. Okay.
You got it. Is it Captain Phillips?
I don't know why I went Schwarzenegger with the I'm the captain now.
Well, it's better that you went Schwarzenegger than if you tried to do some Somali accent.
Yeah, Somalian accent. Oh man, that was rough. Big. God, I loved Big when I was a kid, and that movie is so problematic.
Yeah, at the time I brought that up with people. I was like, if this was
reverse the genders, and it's creepy as shit.
I was like, if this is Meg Ryan instead of Tom Hanks, this is a rape movie.
Oh, that Thing You Do is so good.
You shouldn't have said that right after I said this was a rape movie.
Man.
Mazes and Monsters. That's my favorite. And since we mentioned John Patrick Shanley, Joe versus the Volcano.
Ah, good one. Good one. Turner and Hooch.
That's a movie.
All right, let's go the last one since we're going on 4 hours 40 minutes. And I'm gonna say
Hold on a second. We've gone 4 hours and 40 minutes. How long is the record?
6+ hours.
Fuck it. Okay, we'll stop.
10 movies.
Jeez.
Directed by Spielberg that are not part of a franchise.
You're a dickhead. Minority Report, E.T., Duel, Sugarland Express, fucking The Terminal, Saving Private Ryan, 1941, Awakenings, God, I hate Steven Spielberg. The Feldermans, and
Awakenings was not directed by Spielberg.
Oh, that was okay.
It was Penny Marshall.
Oh, whatever. Something was.
Time.
Fuck it. The fact that I got Schindler's List.
Schindler's List, Fablemans.
I said
Lincoln.
Fablemans.
Oh, did you? AI.
I forgot about Lincoln.
1941, Munich.
I said 1941. I didn't count.
That's right.
I didn't count AI because it was a Kubrick project, but he did something that began with an
A. AI.
Not that one. Listen, man, that movie. That movie made me almost give up on.
Scimitar said you did not say Fablemans. You said something else entirely.
I said Fablemans.
Amistad.
No, but I was thinking of no, Close Encounters. That's funny. Always. That's the movie I was trying to say. Always. Sorry.
Always?
All right. I got 8. Yeah, I was trying to say Always.
I don't even remember Always. I'm looking that one up.
I think I might have said Fabermans. Fabermans? Close to Fabermans.
It sounds like your next door neighbor.
I don't have a neighbor. I live on
Call up Bill Faberman.
I live in a dorm. My neighbor is Brandy.
Scimitar is challenging you. He says timestamp it. We will see what he said.
I believe you that I didn't say Fablemans. I'm just saying it was close. Frockelsteins. Oh my god. I want to go back to my Woody Allen thing.
Oh man.
That's the Woody Allen thing. So far I've rewatched Love and Death, Annie Hall, Everything You Wanted to Know About Sex but Were Afraid to Ask, and whatever his first film was, Bananas. And controversies aside, I'm not even getting into it. I'm just watching them as films. It's just there's like the narcissism of these movies is so intense. I don't understand how they got such great reviews in the first place.
And he's still so beloved by a lot of people.
And Diane Keaton is so great in Love and Death. Oh, the Jessica Harper, Diane Keaton, Ingmar Bergman parody at the end is pretty good. There's so many funny moments. But and with Annie Hall, that like he said he hated the movie, and he was right. He was trying for something totally different. It was all about him, and the editor made it about Diane Keaton, so of course he hated it. And I think earlier Dylan was saying, "Whoa, what about Purple Rose of Cairo and stuff like that?" Well, I haven't gotten there yet. I'm at Annie Hall. Interiors is next, and I'm gonna like the movies that I like, and I'm gonna dislike the movies that I dislike. But so far, gosh, yeah, the cinematography is great. But like if I watch the cinematography on Manhattan's amazing. But what about that story there? It's kind of uncomfortable, isn't it? Sleeper, that's the other one I watched. I didn't care for Sleeper either. And this is just me, like no insult. If you like Woody Allen, that's okay. I'm actually, part of my issue is like, why don't I like it? I'm kind of surprised that I don't think it's funny, because I like funny things.
Are there any other directors that you just have like a complete distaste for? I mean, obviously tonight we talked about Shyamalan and
Steven Spielberg.
Other than who's been mentioned already tonight, Spielberg, Shyamalan,
George Lucas. Don't like George Lucas.
He honestly hasn't done all that much either.
I mean, only a couple.
They're big titles, but he.
Well, what about like? It's easy for me to be a dick about stuff. You're the guy who's in a position where you kind of have to be a diplomat in a community of film aficionados. Oh, actually, DC Ebner, I fucking hate Wes Anderson, and my wife loves him, and so it's a problem. But Ryan, are there any filmmakers you'll go on the record for saying you don't like?
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch, but I mean, the way I've watched films for the most part, and sadly, this is probably rooted in the whole like small town life that I had when I was younger, and really only having access to the super mainstream films, and having two parents that were raising me that weren't very educated in cinema or anything like that. I more so ingested film by way of actor rather than director. So it was mostly surrounding that type of view that I saw some of these. And that's why, like, I don't love a lot of like the male tropey characters that we've talked about a lot on here, like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I don't have the affinity for him because I didn't watch all of like the Kickboxer and everything else in 1994, like a lot of people my age. I never really understood the love for like Burt Reynolds or Tom Selleck or Chuck Norris or John Wayne or any of these. I don't get a lot of that love. Director wise, I mean, I'm sure there's some that I just plain don't love.
Well, my thing for John Wayne, and this is something Josh Becker once said, is that he didn't have a lot of range as an actor, but he had a lot of nuance, and his greatest talent was his taste for scripts. That's what Becker says, and I think that's correct. He wasn't a great actor, but he got the right projects. But anyway, that's just me.
I mean, when you're one of the most famous people in a very racist and misogynistic time, and you get a lot of butts and seats in the theaters, I imagine the right projects kind of find their way to you also.
Yeah, what came first, the racist or the egg? Well, he remains the most popular globally, the most popular Hollywood actor around.
Right.
Like he's still more popular than Tom Cruise globally, which is crazy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know how to answer this. Like a lot of the low budget filmmakers I can never get into. That's maybe my easy answer here. Like, I can understand the appeal to some of the techniques that are deployed in certain scenes, but like the Severin box sets for Adamson and Milligan, there's not a lot enjoyable in there for me.
No, man, those are historically important.
Right. And I totally get that, and I get why we have them, but I'm never like, I'm in the mood to watch an Adamson film.
But it's like, hey, you know what? I want to do a deep dive into Al Adamson. No, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Ray Dennis Steckler, too. They're films that you have to, and Doris Wishman and Roberta Findlay, that these are not.
That's the difference. I actually enjoy Roberta Findlay stuff a lot. I've adored the Doris Wishman stuff that I've been able to see so far.
But those aren't like marathons for you, or are they?
No, well, I don't really ingest box sets like that either.
Do you want to know something funny? You remember earlier tonight, several dozen hours ago, I was telling you about the seminary student who loved Killer Condom?
Yep.
Do you know what else she said she liked? Tenement. The Roberta Findlay movie.
Tenement's good.
It is a good movie, but it's tough to watch.
Yeah.
It's definitely tough to make a group of sophomores and juniors in today's political climate watch. In many ways, it's very pro all of the positions that they have, but in other ways, like, they have to watch someone get a black woman get impaled.
Yeah.
And it's a hard movie to watch, no matter how good it is. But here she was, 2 years after taking the course, saying, I really liked that movie. It stuck with me. And I was like, God damn, it's all right. But yeah, I don't know why did that come? Oh, filmmakers that you can just have a marathon with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, as much as I dislike Spielberg, I could more easily watch a double feature of Spielberg than I could Doris Wishman. And I like Doris Wishman.
Right.
Like, and watching her films.
And that's where, like, because of this whole mainstream ideology, a lot of the Spielberg aesthetic and technique, it is so nostalgic just in the inherent way that he uses the camera. Like, even some of the stuff like War of the Worlds, even in that, you can feel like there's like Amblin shot choices in this. That's a weird way to say it, but it's because I can harken back to the earlier parts of the 90s when I'm watching some of these family friendly Spielberg things. It's like, yeah, like Hook is not a great movie, but I still like it, and I don't know why.
Well, not to plug them, but I was I was guesting on They Live by Film, and this question kind of came up at the episode. I think, according to Celeste, the episode just got posted. And one of the things we were talking about is what constitutes a good film, and for me, a film is good if it does what it says it's going to do.
Yep.
And that's one reason I like Jim Wynorski more than I like Steven Spielberg, is because Jim Wynorski says he's making an exploitation film, and he makes one. And Steven Spielberg says he's making an art film, and he makes an exploitation film. Yep. And he makes really high budget exploitation films, just like George Lucas. And if they were comfortable saying what they were making, I'd probably like them more. I mean, Raiders of the Lost Ark is that Charlton Heston movie, Secret of the Incas. It's an exploitation film. Just say it. Don't tell me it's high art. It's not. It's okay. You're fine. Yeah. You don't have to be red or whatever, or white or blue.
And I mean, that's probably an easy way to say that, is it's easy to fail a mission when you announce what the mission is.
Yeah, DC Ebner said it exactly right. They make cereals. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, name 10 cereals.
Lucky Charms, Life, Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles.
It's 4.
The Malto-Meal bagged version of each of those is 8. Honey Bunches of Oats and Raisin Bran. Yay! Everybody, this has been a really fun night. So many goddamn announcements tonight. I hope that this has been an enjoyable watch for everybody. 2 super long weeks in a row. I'm very excited to see what people say about these. Lots of cool stuff coming up for a lot of different labels. Lots of cool stuff coming up for Disconnected. If you are interested, please join the Discord. Will, I can't wait till you can spend more time in the Discord.
Oh, it's coming. I'm about to be unemployed.
Yeah.
Jeremy, thank you for speaking in class today.
Yeah, Jeremy, thanks for volunteering and coming up and allowing yourself to be embarrassed. Everybody, if you are interested, check the description below for Will Dodson's books. I don't ever plug these enough. He's got multiple things that he's released. You can find the links there. If you're interested in the Patreon, the link is there. If you are interested in more videos, check out the rest of the channel. Please subscribe if you haven't. Rate the podcast. Have a wonderful weekend. And I guess we will see you all next Thursday.
Oh, this is so fun. Thank you all for giving me a reason to live.
On that note, thanks, Will, and have a good week. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share with someone else that may appreciate this.